You don't want a twink, you want at least a twunk. Quack.
Welcome to the Little Duck Book Club with duck number 1.
Ren and duck number 2.
Anna. Oh my god, we're starting with the gigglies again.
We can just restart, that's fine.
No, I want to keep this in. This is the real vibe for the podcast. You can already guess that this is going to be quite an episode. We are talking about a book again, so it's a book review episode, and we are talking about a book that we've already had, like the author we already had on here on the podcast. You know, some of you might remember the notorious The Bridge Kingdom episode that resulted in a little bit of a Little Duck Book Club civil war. We're doing this again, I guess, with A Fate
and
Inked
whose
in Blood.
fault is this?
By Danielle Jensen. This time it's my fault. Powerless was yours. This one is mine. We at the end of last year we went through like a list of books we could read, and we watched some TikToks on people having recommendations, and we saw this book and I was like, I actually have that. I bought it because I enjoyed The Bridge Kingdom in like a trashy way so much that I was like, oh my god, Danielle, will you make me ride the trash wave again? And then I bought this book because I was like, you know what, the cover is beautiful, I like the artist, c'est la vie, you know? So this one is
more French.
More French. It's always the French.
No, this time it's not the French. This time it's the fake Norwegians or fake Swedes, whatever we want to call it. It could be fake Danish people for all we know.
Honestly, for me, it's Skyrim. I'm gonna admit this right at the start. It's something about this. Oh, it's like okay. This book is about like a Viking-themed romantasy. We're following the shield maiden Freya, who gets ripped out of her daily boring life with a horrible husband, get thrust to another husband, and then she goes on an adventure to wield her godly powers, fall in love with a hot guy in between, and then, you know, it all coming down in a great finale to set up the next book. And for me, because it's like a Norse setting, if you know the Elder Scrolls games, if you know Skyrim, that was it for me. I was like, fantasy and Vikings? Skyrim. Like, Fusroda, this is for me, the whole thing.
I mean, I think it was best when you called it Viking themed, because it's really just vaguely themed. There are some words that overlap, some vague concept, but it really is not. It does not go beneath the surface, and even on the surface there are some cracks.
It's like whenever it's similar to like these shows that were set in Roman times or in like the ancient Greeks, and the connecting factors that there's a Zeus and people run around in togas. That's basically the vibe, just with Vikings for this book.
Actually, there's a funny bit because we talked about it already, but I looked at some reviews for the sequel out of curiosity because I wanted to see some spoilers, but I was not interested in reading like an actual summary. And a lot of people there were like, you know, this book made me realize I really just want to read romantasy with a Viking vibe. I don't want to read about actual Vikings. And they said this as if the book was about actual Vikings and actual Viking costumes or anything. But that was incredible to me.
So it was a critique on the book for being too
They were
Viking-y?
like, oh, it wasn't quite for me because I actually don't care about the Viking custom stuff. I just think, like, the concept of a shield maiden is cool, I guess. They were like, oh, I like dudes with tattoos and beards is what I take from this. And
that's
it's like,
interesting.
wow, this is crazy because, like, wow, the book is already not substantially related to anything historical. It's crazy.
I was about to say, oh my god. Wow. Okay. Interesting.
But I was about to say, before we go hard on the critique, I would say don't read this. And we might give you a summary of what happens so you can make sense of all the critiques we're levying, because I also feel like most people who watch this are not going to read it anyway.
I assume so, yeah. Well, I'm going to say I'm going to say you should read it big if you want to have a silly time. Same thing as with Bridge Kingdom. If you are here for a raging love story, like engaging plot, or something that like really grips you by the balls and says you're gonna enjoy me, this is not the book for you. For me, it was a sillies book, and sometimes I like a sillies book, and this was perfect for me for that regard, because the last book I read, no, that's a lie. The second last book I read was Crown Tide, and I was yearning for some good trashy stuff for me. I'm not saying this is trashy, it's like a bodice ripper trash, but like I was looking for some sillies, and I got them in the Fadington Blood. So for me, it's you could enjoy it. Depends on depends on who you are, I guess.
Okay, if you were in that category of people and you're worried about spoilers, read it first, come back later. Yeah. If you are in the group of people who's like, I'm not reading this shit, what are you talking about?
Please stay.
Then we're going to spoil all of it, and we're going to give a brief summary first so you can try to place whatever we're picking out vaguely on the timeline of the book, and you have a feeling for what happens.
I mean, we usually do that, right? We go like through the book and then we start picking it apart at some point.
But also, I feel like often we get very sidetracked very early. I mean, look at us. We're like 5 minutes in and we're already
getting sidetracked.
Talked about the book.
I would never. I don't know. I don't know.
We have never gotten sidetracked even once.
No. Okay.
Okay. I have some notes, so
unless
you want to do a summary, I was just gonna do it quickly because it's really not gonna be super detailed, but just so you have an overview of really how little happens in this book. We start out, our main character, her name is Freya. She's married to a man who sucks, but doesn't matter because he'll die right at the beginning of the book anyway. She's secretly the child of a goddess, the goddess Helene? I don't know how to pronounce it.
I was like Helene because it's like an I with a thing.
Possible. But the big thing, she's a shield maiden, which means she has magic that creates magical shields when she calls her godparent's name, basically.
Yeah.
There is a prophecy about this shield maiden that she is meant to unite the country of Ska. Unclear, though, how she's going to do it. And after she's kept it as a secret, and after that's revealed to the public in a truly stupid duel, she's forced to marry the Jarl and follow his orders under threat of harm to herself and her family. And all the while, she has a romance going on with his son, whose name is Bjorn. Who's the local flame axe boy, and he is also assigned as her bodyguard, even though he was not hype about this job.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else seems to want to kill Freya because they don't want a king, and they hate Jarl Snorri, who she's now married to. He sucks, I agree with them. He should die. I don't want him as a king either. But, so, because of a prophecy, they make their way to this one religious site on a mountain. There are sacrifices. People try to kill her. They get there through a dungeon, I will simply call it, that is haunted by generic skeleton warriors.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Naturally, they come out no problem, and they're deeply horny about each other the entire time, even though their lives are at stake, supposedly. We get to the religious ceremony. There's some sacrifice, some visions. Afterwards, there's a party where people drink and get horny. In the chaos there, Freya and Bjorn make out hardcore style against a tree to hide her identity when people threaten to either steal or kill her. We're unclear on what they were gonna do. And we also meet a cool warrior lady who you don't really have to care about much because she'll die shortly to advance Freya's personal character development. Then someone has a vision of Freya's new village burning down, so they hurry back. Village is burned down, but most people didn't die. Cool. Next step of the plan: get revenge on the people who did it and take over their cool stronghold in revenge, and also just so they have houses again.
The housing crisis.
Truly, well, they all burnt down, so yeah. During the siege, Freya has a moment where she becomes evil and kills a bunch of people. She goes berserk, I guess. People get scared of her. She's like, well, I want to talk to my mom now. They make a short trip to meet her mother, who also sucks and gets killed shortly after, so she didn't really matter that much either. Then a guy who's been mentioned as an enemy throughout, King Harald, shows up, wants to take over the new stronghold. They start to fight, but then Freya sees how much collateral damage there is and just, runs off. Bjorn follows her. Shenanigans ensue. They jump off a cliff.
A waterfall. A waterfall.
There is also waterfall at the cliff. That is true. To try and escape people, to make them think they died, they hide in a cave that Bjorn's dead mom used to go to. Dead. She's not really dead. We find that out later also. They have a whole chapter of sex. It's just all sex for a whole chapter. In which, after we've been told so much that Bjorn is great at oral sex, he does do that, so that's great for her. She's having a great time because her previous sex all sucked. But then, next morning, really funny, they turn around, King Harald is there and is like, hello! It's revealed Bjorn was a traitor the entire time. Freya tries to run off, gets immediately captured, and then we end the book with her on a ship to King Harald's home country, and that's how it ends. So
that's how it ends.
It's a story for the ages.
I will say, and I think I'm just damaged by Alex Astor, but I was like, oh my god, thank God not too many things are happening. If this was an Alex Astor book, this summary would have been thrice as long, okay? Because they would have been all over everywhere. So I did appreciate that. The scenes that were in there at least got their moment, you know what I mean? Were they necessary?
Yeah.
No. Did they at least each get a little...
Yeah, each scene happened for a while. You could get settled into the scene. You were like, okay, this is our new location. We're spending some chapters here, and then we move on. That was okay. But a big problem, I immediately have with the plot on a big level, is that remember the prophecy about Freya is that she is going to unite a fractured country, and whoever controls her fate will be the leader of that country. That's what the prophecy says. This is a duology. We end the first book with barely any unification having happened at all, and with her presumably spending a good chunk of time in that other country. So, what are we doing? What?
Well, I guess at some point she's gonna come back, Aelin Galathynia style, and just gonna take over the Skarland.
She's gonna come back over, kill Snorri and his bitch wife for being mean to Bjorn and his mom, and then be like, I'm Queen of Skarland now. And play some ska music.
The thing is, I was thinking about this, so I'm just gonna drop this down here. The fact that the theme around the Skarlanders uniting only works because they have this common enemy, who is king of the Norderlanders, King Harald. So I was like, okay, first of all, what did Harald do to get the Norderlanders to get his respect? Was there another king that he was like, Norderlanders, unite under me to get the other king? Or was Harald, was there just always a kingdom in the Norderlands? And second of all, that's what I thought when you were like, oh, I'm looking up stuff for a second book. I thought, wait, is everybody's hate for Freya running, quote unquote, running away to the Northlands actually going to unite Scarland? You know, they're like
But
all banding together because she ran
but
away.
but the thing is, though, the Skylanders presumably think she's dead, right? Because they don't just jump off the waterfall; they're getting blasted with lightning right before they do it, so it might
That is
look
true.
like they were hit, fell in the water, and never came up again.
Well,
So,
maybe the anger of their death unites this guy. Bro, I don't know. I was just like, how come we have Jarls and Jarls and Jarls in Scarland, but we have a king in the Norderlands? That
I
was one
mean,
thing. Whereas, like,
the way these unification processes usually happen is just somebody accrues a lot of military power and slowly expands their reach until they rule all of it, basically. Which I assume is what happened in Norderland, but also I don't think anything happened anywhere because this is not a world, these are cardboard cutouts and it has neither history nor culture. So it doesn't really matter to speculate because, like, we know nothing ever happened.
It does not.
Because it sucks ass.
The overall world building is really not that big of a thing. Before we get into like story specific parts, I think we have to talk about prophecy and fate in the story, because otherwise we will constantly bring it up without actually like addressing it. So the way that the world works in this Viking adjacent story is that you have fate that is an actual thing. You are bound by fate. The gods see your fate. The seers, so people who have connections to the god, get told your fate. I think a lot of times, for example, by Odin, they say about one of the seers, and everybody is bound by this except for the unfated. These, what Duck Number One told us, children of God, these demigod, touched by God children, they are able to, for the lack of a better word, just ignore their fate and move through that undetermined. And the way this fucks with your brain while reading, because they constantly backtrack on these things, is insane.
This is like the fundamental problem with the book, and I think this is like a problem that couldn't be fixed later because it was already set in stone. Like, the book doesn't work if we don't have the prophecy about Freya, because why else would anybody care about her being a shield maiden?
Yeah.
But we need the prophecy so she can be discovered in, again, the stupidest duel man has ever seen in Scotland. But she is also unfated, so why would there be a prophecy about her, or why would anyone put stock into a prophecy about children of gods? Because they don't adhere to fate, so anyone who has seen the fate, that doesn't fucking matter, does it? But the book can't reconcile it because Danielle had already written that these are unfated people who can go against the fate. But then she was like, but I wanted the prophecy, though. So it's just stuck.
Yeah.
It's just stuck.
And it's constantly, like, ping-ponging.
Yes.
So they say she's unfated, she literally can do what she wants, the fate moves around her. However, in between, she meets, like, this specter person who's, like, a messenger from the gods. Later we find out that's Bjorn's dead mother. Surprise. Who was
But
actually
it's not
surprised.
because she's still alive, so who is
Yeah, so it's, like, her spirit or whatever. I don't know.
She's astral projecting.
And then the specter goes, oh, you have to do this thing to earn your fate. Which makes no sense. She already doesn't have it because at birth she was, a child of Hlin. And then, this is so dumb, I'm not done. Later on, Freya goes and says, because I have the power to alter what the seer had seen. previously we get told, oh, seers don't lie. Like, that's a fact. Seers don't lie. So whatever a seer sees means shit. Because we don't always know if somebody's unfated. What if you have a child that just never blurts out all of the gods' names? You know, maybe it's like a child that doesn't like to talk much, doesn't like to play much. We will never know that person's unfated. Whatever a seer sees, it's just shit. And in and then literally, I think it was 3 pages later, she tells herself, this is my fate. This is what the seer foresaw for me. What the gods want from me. Nothing else matters. She constantly ping-pongs between, like...
It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense, and it does not compel me either.
It's so dumb.
It is so frustrating, too, because everyone's like, oh, the shield maiden of prophecy. But shouldn't all these people be like, who cares? Because the prophecy's probably not even true. This guy probably made up that there was a prophecy because the woman who said it supposedly is dead, can't contradict it. He's like, oh, it's definitely about me. I'm gonna be king. I just need to find the shield maiden to do it because I'm a special boy. And it's like, no, I don't think so, Snorri. I don't think so.
Honestly, in that regard, I felt like, I could see this happen somewhere in the Middle Ages. A guy says, that guy over there who was, right one time, he said this thing to me. Unfortunately, he tripped and broke his neck. But be assured, he told me this thing. It definitely
happened.
It definitely happened.
And also, I was having sex with that woman, so she definitely had no ulterior motives to tell me things. That sounded good to me, by the way. No.
Well, it was, non-marital sex, okay? So, maybe keep it down a little bit. Yeah, it was so dumb. And then on top of that, the gods actually are fated. Because at some point they say,
which makes no sense.
The gods must take comfort.
Because some gods are children of other gods, in which case... Huh?
Huh? He's like, they must take comfort in knowing the ends of their lives. I'm like, what is going on? So this stupid fate thing, whatever is suited for the story at this point, they go with that.
But another frustrating part about it is that the people in the story act like... How would you even describe this? They're like... We have to be lemmings who run off this cliff because fate has decided, so who cares what we do? We probably shouldn't try because fate has decided. And I'm like, okay, but how would you know what fate has decided? We all know, have been told, okay, yeah, seers see things, and the things are true, but also they're so cryptic and misleading that you probably only know what they meant after the fact anyway. So at that point... Who cares what a seer sees? You have to do the thing you think is the most reasonable at the time, because whatever you end up doing will have been fate if you say everyone's beholden to fate anyway. So at that point, who cares? Then just do the thing you think is right. What do you mean? Oh, we don't need to ride home to try and save people from being burned in our village fire. It is already fated. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody's saying you can't also be there and save people while it's burning. They just saw fire. Maybe it wasn't even your village. There's probably 20 villages that look the same from a certain angle. Who knows? You don't know what the seer even saw. What do you mean?
What do you mean? And the thing on top is, in the beginning, it's like, Freya had only ever seen one unfated person, which is her husband, in the beginning. And she's a bit of a small village person, right? She's like, and you get this feeling like, there's not a lot of them. At the end of the book, right, we have met Freya, Bjorn, Steinun, Bodil, Tora, and Skadi. 6 people. We meet 6 people in this book who are unfated, and they're all just sitting in one spot. Just Jarl Snorri has 2 of them, Bjorn and Steinun, already at his disposal.
We have to admit, though, 2 of these people work for Harald, so they're from overseas. So
yes, of course, but it does make It
also makes you feel like, wait. if there's just a random guy with fish powers, there's probably a bunch of other guys who nobody talks about that much. How many of these are there?
That's what I said.
I get that technically in like a middle-aged stage of development world, you know, the population sizes are much smaller than we're used to from like the post-industrial era, but still, it feels like the gods are doing a lot of, you know, dripping some blood into random children that are being generated wherever. Like, what's happening, man? Yeah. What do you mean?
That's the next super fun thing. So the way that this works is either a god just blesses your child with a drop of their blood. They just go, by the way, this is now like which means the parents don't even notice.
Dibs, you know, like yeah.
It sometimes they get told like years after. It's like, oh, by the way, we blessed your child. Have fun. Or, you know, they invite a person into their bed, and the god can also just decide to not tell them that they are a god, and they have a fun threesome, and then afterwards the god is like, by the way, see you in like 8 years when that child starts shooting lightning out of their hands. And it's like, huh? What happened?
What?
Which is so funny.
I want to point out that...
You first.
We are introduced to Bjorn, a son of Tyr, who is a male god, by the way. Also introduced as son of Snorri. This is before we know how the godly conception shit works. So, you sit there and go, Empreg? Is this an Empreg situation? What do you mean?
I was like, you know, maybe the gods the stork came, you know? They're just like, here, I collected some of your jizz when you were with your wife the last time, and I carried that off. I made us a baby.
He's like, hey, check your fireplace. I left a baby for you.
Don't put the fire on. There's something stuck in the chimney, okay? Just gotta pull it out. What I thought was
But that's the funny thing, like, we aren't told how the godly inheritance works, and then they immediately throw this at you, and you go, huh? What? Huh? And then it's explained, like, 3 chapters later, and you go, oh, that's way less funny than I thought.
The fun thing for me was, I was like, oh, because it was said, like, sometimes they don't even know the person they invite into their bed for a tryst was a god. And I was like, oh, scandalous, the gods are fucking around. And then 2 sentences later it's like, yeah, sometimes they just, you know, give a drop of blood. And I was like, oh, so we're not making this like at least a little bit hot? Okay. They can also do like just an opt-in, being like,
they're doing like the sprinkle thing. You remember like that ancient meme?
Yeah.
They're just so like, a little bit of me and that guy, and a little bit of me over here.
I just honestly think Danielle could not commit, or maybe she realized that would mean that all the parents would be having threesomes everywhere, right? So I guess
not necessarily. Women can just cheat. Like, you can just have sex with people who are not your husband and then get pregnant from them.
That is true. Yeah, but then she was like, oh no, I don't want that because that's so scandalous. So she also said, oh, the other options is also possible.
She was writing and she was like, you know what? Snorri would never invite a third person into his bed with his asshole wife. She wouldn't allow it, so we do need a different thing.
I think genuinely, otherwise she wouldn't have managed to make Freya work out in the end. Because it would mean that first one person jumps into the bed, and then door would open and be like, Helene would go, okay, now it's our turn.
Helene would go, like, throwing her shield on the floor, taking off her coat, I'm ready, I'm saving your kid, it's gonna be evil, but I'm fixing it, don't worry.
And then she dives in, just like into the bed. So I think that's the reason why Danielle was like, oh no, we have to change this. This doesn't make sense otherwise.
I mean, it's still stupid and makes no sense, but you know.
Oh.
That's...
Yeah.
But yeah, the fate thing is truly stupid and incomprehensible. It really is just like, you start reading the book and you ask yourself, huh? And then the book just continues on, and it keeps bringing both things up, but it never comes to a resolution. It's just like, don't think too hard about it. Hey, you're thinking about things? Don't worry. Björn has touched Freya's hand, so now she's hornier than anyone has ever been in her life. So you won't have to think about this anymore.
It's certainly, there's a couple of things that come up again and again, and this one was the most, like, logically annoying. Because the story would be more fine if we just scratched that. You can have a dialogue around shaping your own fate and your own life and taking agency without having the actual voodoo magic in there, right?
Right.
People can you can have a seer saying, "Oh my God, it's the Shield Maiden," blah blah blah, without the convoluted magic system behind it. So
very true.
It doesn't need to be there.
The thing that also bothered me a lot about the prophecy, and I wrote this to you, is that they talk about it so much. They mention it all the time. People bring it up, and we never get to actually see it word for word. We never are really told what exactly the words are. Because everyone always, like, in a story like this, with a prophecy like this, there is going to be rules lawyering. There's going to be a twist about how if you lay out the text slightly differently, it ends up meaning a totally different thing. And, you know, even though technically it's true, it means something different than anyone assumes it means. But we don't get to engage with this part of the story. We're not allowed to think about what the prophecy could mean. We have characters tell us what it's supposed to mean, and that's all we get. We don't get to use our own brain. We don't get to be like, oh, I can see where there's a loophole. No, who cares? It's just true, probably. Like, there's just no nuance to it. It's just like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. There was one prophecy one foretelling we actually hear word for word from Bjorn after he goes to the seer. And finds out, you know, where he's like, oh, our city is burning. And I marked that thing down. I was like, I dog-eared it in my book. I was like, okay, this is going to be important. The wording is going to be important. And it never comes up again, right? Because, as you said, that's what you expect from a prophecy. You expect to have a word-by-word thing. So I was like, I think this is going to be important. And it did not. It was resolved in the next 5 pages. So
yeah. It truly is just like, wow, okay, I guess that was another nothing burger. There are many parts of the story where you're like, oh, I see the breadcrumbs, and I can tell what loaf of bread this is from that we're gonna find later. And then the story forgets about it, and you're like, oh, that wasn't a breadcrumb, that was just, that was just there for nothing. Okay, cool.
It's like you're picking them all up, and you have your hands full with stuff by the end of the book, and you're like, okay, want to take some of this away from me and resolve it? No? Okay, that's
And then nothing is resolved, and all you get is Harald standing in the doorway being like, hello. That's all you get.
We will get to Harald. He's the goat. He's the best guy. No, that's literally great. What I wrote in my notes. I wrote down Harald is the goat. Already, goat, I did not know who this man was, right? He gets mentioned in the first couple of chapters as like, oh, this is the guy we gotta beat, this is the big villain, which was why I marked his name. And already I was like, Harald? Shut up. I love him. You know? It's like such a fuck-ass name. It's not. There's lots of people who are called Harald who are perfectly fine and nice people.
Yeah, but the association with Harald is like a guy in his 50s who, you know, spends a lot of time in front of his TV watching soccer and drinking mediocre beer.
Well, either that or Harald is one of those people who, you know, has like an immaculate wine collection that he never drinks.
He has a Strebergarten too. He's like,
yeah. Yeah, so those are the kinds of Haralds that would come to my mind. And both of these versions made me go, hell yeah, let's go.
But like, blonde, sexy king of Norderland is not my association at all.
With Harald? No.
The gute Harald.
You have to understand that I don't know how prevalent this name is in Scandinavia. In Germany, it is a name that I would say is mostly for men over 40, 50.
Right.
So
it's
that's
not in fashion currently.
Yeah. This is our
They're just names you don't really
association.
see on young people, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
So it's just very funny that Harald is the cool, nicely dressed, suave king of Norderland. So that's funny.
All right. So let's start at the beginning, I would say.
Yes. The beginning.
So
the book starts, and you immediately know it's gonna be fucking shit the entire way through.
I would say the first three, and the fourth chapter. So when you read Bridge Kingdom, right after I bought this book, I read the first two, three chapters. I was like, no, not right now. When we reread this, right? And I got to chapter 4 or 5, it was like, actually, I'm vibing, okay? But the first 3 chapters are rough, man. We start with Freya in her quaint little village, in her quaint little home, and she is married to, as we already said, her husband called Vragi. Fragi, I don't know.
Something like that, yeah.
He is, like, I would say he's a dude bro fuckboy.
He's a piece of shit. He's like, he's written to be the most hateable, weaselly little shit man you can imagine. And it's...
He's also unfated, and he is a fish man. I forgot which god he was blessed by. But
matter.
Basically, he can control animals that live in the sea, and while he uses this to keep the city happy and never starving, he also is a dick about it. So he does keep them not starving, but he takes all the fish away from the other fishermen, so he has like a monopoly on fish. He frequently overfishes with his super fishing powers, so a lot of the fish that they catch and that Freya then has to prep for the market needs to be thrown away, because people don't need that much fish. He is very unsatisfying in bed. There's no romance, there's nothing there. He's just like, wife, bed, in, out, done. And he's just generally also not a pleasant man. He's just not nice. As you said, holy, just piece of shit. And we start the book by Freya gutting fish, him telling her, you're doing it wrong. Shooting a bunch of fish from the ocean onto the beach, and telling her, you have to gut all of these fish now, you little piece of shit wife. Hussa! And then he leaves and goes, I don't know, away.
And he's like, don't forget to bring some fish to your mom.
At least he cares about his in-laws, you know? he got that going for him. We find out with some introspection that Freya has a brother called Geir, who is a warrior in the local Jarl, so Snorri's raider war band. He's a little raider boy, that he's in love with Freya's bestie called Ingrid. And while Freya is gutting these fish and being super angry and throwing the fish back into the sea, because she's like, I'm not going to gut all of these.
No, I was about to say, she's not angry. She's angry at Vragi, but she's not gutting the fish. She's desperately throwing as many fish as possible back into the sea, because she just hates the unnecessary death of fish. Yeah. So she's like yeeting those fish back into the sea. That's how we meet her, and it's like, that's also how Bjorn meets her.
That's how Bjorn meets her, because he gets hit by one of these fish, I think. Was it?
Which also makes you wonder, why is he swimming in front of her house? Like, he's just in the water. He's just hanging out in the water there for no reason, might I add.
And Freya goes through the most mind-boggling gymnastics in her brain. She sees this man, and I mean, okay, there's a hot man on your beach. He gets out of the water, water cascading down those hard muscles. He has a chiseled face. He has nice hair, nice tattoos. And her first thought is, because she's constantly horny and unsatisfied, she's like, oh, that's a sexy man. He looks like a raider from the Norderlands. But he do be kinda cute.
She's like, oh my god, he could be here to burn down our village and kill children and women indiscriminately. Wow, his tits are huge. He's jacked. Damn, those tattoos. And you're just like, Freya, you just said he might be here to kill women and children? What are you doing? And then they have a conversation about how she threw a fish at him. And this banter makes you want to kill yourself and wish you were a beached fish so you wouldn't have to read more of this. This is awful.
And the way they're talking, it's we wrote this to each other. The thing is, again, okay, Viking inspired, whatever. This is in no situation. It wasn't back then, it isn't now. The way you would talk to a person you have just met. Because this is not like, haha, funny banter. This is such, like, sexually charged banter. Because he immediately brings up that he's good at oral. He immediately brings up that he is going to kill her husband.
Yeah,
so he can
like, oh, your
lay
husband
her
sucks,
down.
I'm gonna kill him so I can fuck you as well as you deserve. And she takes him seriously, and she's panicked, and she's like, no, don't kill my husband. And he's like, no, I'm totally gonna, yeah, it's the right thing to do. And you just sit there and you go, what are we doing?
What the actual fuck is happening?
What is happening? And is anyone in this story a human being? Or is this just caricatures? Like, what is going on?
Yeah. It's really funny in the way that they just communicate. And then he just walks away.
Yeah, he just fucks off.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh yeah, my dad expects me. Sorry, I'm gonna go now. I won't kill your husband, don't worry.
And instead of being like, going back to her original thought, which was, hey, this could be a scout for the Norderlanders. This guy speaks with a Norderlander accent and everything, right? I should go to the village plaza market and tell them. She's like, okay, I'm gonna take my fish and then I'm gonna walk. And then she just doodles away off to the forest on a path where she meets her brother. And they have a little talk. I don't even remember what they're talking about, to be honest. We just meet her brother. And then there's a couple of riders coming along the path. And we see that one of the riders is this man who's, like, obviously decked out in, like, armor and shit. And we're like, okay, that's Jarl Snorri. Okay, that's our boss. That's our mayor of the town. And then there's a couple other people behind it. There's sexy man from the beach. And then she puts pieces together because they're talking. And there's also her husband on a horse. She's like, what is my husband doing on a horse next to the Jarl? I do not understand. And then there's this super convoluted scene of... Can I piece it together correctly? So the Jarl says some shit about, so this is the wife that's incapable, and Vragi is like, yeah, what does he say? I'm plowing her field every single night, and she's still not pregnant. And then they're talking in this very crude way about this poor woman just standing there off to the side, again making sex jokes, dropping the first very inconsistent lore that apparently she's using lemon juice and a sponge as birth control, which she shouldn't know what a lemon is.
There should not be lemons up there. There were no lemons. Lemons came up there very late in history. There would not be lemons.
Well,
there would simply not be lemons.
They wouldn't even come up there, but they would come to Scandinavia quite late. Okay. And then, for some dumb reason, yes.
No, there's also the bit where they're like, oh, we heard you'd like to be a warrior like your brother because you suck at being a housewife, and she's just like, what? And then and Vragi's like, yeah, she sucks as a housewife. And then both Gear and Freya are like, oh no, I know what's coming. He's like, I want to divorce this bitch who sucks as a housewife. And they're like, no, our fish man, our fish wealth is leaving us. And then the Jarl is like, that's fair. Also, for some reason, that's not really explained. Freya, you want to be a warrior? Go fight my son to prove you're a worthy warrior. And it's just like, what is happening? Because it is then revealed that for some reason the Jarl is like, hey, yeah, son, kill this woman. This is a fight to the death now. Okay, cool. Of course, Bjorn, as we mentioned, he is the local special fire boy. He can summon an axe made of fire because of his god blood. He uses it in the fight, and Freya has to invoke her shield maiden powers so she doesn't die. Yay, yippee. The reveal is then that, Snorri knew she was a shield maiden, and this was a setup. Because Freya is the dumbest person alive. She keeps going into the forest to use her shield maiden powers and, fight the air. And one time her husband followed her, observed this, and then went to the Jarl and told him about it. The Jarl was like, there's a prophecy about a shield maiden. I have to have her! And that's why this duel happened at all.
Sound like that.
But you have to consider the logistics of this. Because we remember the stupid conversation Vragi had with Freya in the kitchen while she's gutting fish, and then he's like, sayonara, I'm leaving. While he knew he was going to go to the Jarl to tell him about that and get, that duel and divorce happening. He knew he was gonna do that. And he sent her to her mom, presumably, so that they could then catch her on the way in the forest, which is the weirdest place to do this. The people in this story made the choices to do this. What?
And the what I thought was also a super fun thing while that happens is that she's like, oh, I'm noticing this is not about me. I'm just a pawn in another scheme because there's something going on with the sexy hot man and his father, which is also so funny that Snorri is like, yeah, I'm gonna use killing an unarmed poor woman as a test of character for my son.
Which is also insane. Right? It's everything about the setup of the situation is deranged.
It is so funny.
And especially because Snorri already knew that she was the shield maiden because somebody trustworthy enough told him. Why didn't he bring her to, the hall where usually political things and judicial stuff happens?
Yeah, the Great Hall.
And reveal it there and accuse her of hiding it all this time and then be like, yeah, if you don't want us to kill your brother, you prove that you are the shield maiden. We already know. Why did this have to happen in the woods? On a tiny path to the cottage where her mom lives? What?
Imagine if his son would have made, real on his word and been like, okay, I'm gonna chuck that axe in her head. Shield maiden dead?
Right?
Look, it's over.
He was like, oh no, I knew my son is a sexist and doesn't fight women properly. He would have gone easy on her. I knew this.
Oh my god, Megamind, what if they told Bjorn to go for a swim because they knew Bjorn would ogle this beautiful woman and thus not try and kill her? Because they were like,
No.
this man is so predictable. He wants to stick his dick in there, so he will not fight with us.
This didn't happen because we know none of these characters can think that far. We see Snorri later in the story. That man is like, I am going to put the Shield Maiden in dangerous situations for no reason, because I think it's important because I know she can't die because she has to make me king. It's like,
the god
dude,
said so.
You don't even know. She's unfated. She could kill herself and ruin your plans. She could do anything. We don't know.
It is truly so fun. The most funny part of the first couple chapters, we didn't even cover that. So Jarl Snorri pulls out like this satchel with like tons of gold, right? And he gives it to Vragi and goes, yeah, here you go. This is your money that you've earned by telling me and being correct. Go have fun, find yourself a wife. And Vragi's like, with all this money, I'm gonna go and chat up Ingrid, and then, her father won't be able to deny me because I've got all this money. And then Freya's like, oh no, that's my best friend, and Geir wants to marry her, and I can't do this. So what does she do? She grabs the flaming hot fire axe from Bjorn and chucks that at Vragi and kills him. She just kills the man. To me that was because I was like, okay, Vragi's gonna be like an antagonist. We're gonna meet him later in the story. It's gonna be so fun. No.
And that is the point where you go, why was he here? Mm-hmm. What did he add to the story? Hello?
Sexual frustration, that's what he adds to the story.
The crazy part is we could have just simplified this. The story is going to do its level best to make her brother Geir look like the biggest piece of shit brother you could imagine. So why couldn't it have been him who sold her out, got the money because he was desperate to marry Ingrid but couldn't afford it otherwise, and she is left in the same position and just going, wow, I hate my fucking family, but now I have to live like this. Yeah. Right? That would be simple, clean, and Vragi adds nothing except for her tasteful, cool scar she gets from having burned her hand.
I would say that would work, but we need to somehow get to add in that she's sexually frustrated, because that's one huge part of her inner monologue all the time, that she's like, oh, like this guy didn't treat me right, I wanted to have romance, I wanted to have a hot guy who just comes for me and makes me come, and you can't substitute that with the brother, so you'd have to either give her an ex-boyfriend that she had like non-marital sex with, or make her be a virgin.
Which, I mean, I was gonna get to that later, but like, in terms of the story, is she not functionally a virgin? Yes, technically, she has had sex, as the narrative tells us, but not only was it bad sex, it never resulted in anything. The man she had sex with immediately disappears from the narrative. She never has sex with anyone who is not Bjorn. The sex with Bjorn is the best shit that's ever happened to her. She reacts to every innuendo, to every touch, as if she has never had sex. She reacts to everything as if the thought of sex alone is extraordinary. The narrative makes it so clear that the only person she can ever have sex with is Bjorn. It does its best to be like, oh, she is getting married to Snorri, but don't worry, she doesn't have to sleep with him. Not because she wouldn't do it, but because his wife doesn't want it to happen. So, like, no. Technically, this is just another virgin protagonist that you slapped on, oh, she totally was married before and totally has had sex before. But none of her behavior actually... How is this different? This is the same. This adds nothing. True. Right? Like...
Except for Vragi being absolutely ridiculous.
Like, I think the embarrassing part especially is that, like, why couldn't she have just slept with Snorri once for a wedding night? It could have been unsatisfactory, but she's an adult woman. She's had sex with a shit guy for a year who she wasn't attracted to, and she's not traumatized from it. She's just like, it kind of sucks. I didn't love that. So the idea, and she also reacts to nudity in the way as if she has never seen men naked or been naked in front of other people, where it's just like, just make her a virgin if you want her to behave like this. But don't pretend this is a woman who's had a year of marital relations every night and then reacts to the idea of having sex with someone she's not attracted to, but also doesn't hate. So like, come on, like, she behaves like a child.
Yes. I did write this down that I think goes into a similar direction, where, so for me she was, for a lack of a better word, a little bit of an unexpected main character, in the way that you are used to a certain archetype of romantasy, fierce girl, fighter, woman, main character, and it switches always between scenes where you're like, oh yeah, she's not supposed to be smart, she's not supposed to be super battle affine or like suave in any sort of way, and then you go in where the scenes that you said would make sense, right? But then you go over to scenes where she suddenly is very competent and she suddenly does know what she's doing and she's very fierce. The scenes with Ragi, right before the Snorri wedding night, where she's like, I've had to sleep with this man for a year.
Right.
One more dick will not hurt me, right? Which then leads to you at some point going, why isn't she doing X thing? Like, the normal thing a strong heroine would be doing, until remember, we're talking about Freya. We're not talking about, the Lara of people. We're talking about this girl who overthinks everything, and comes to the conclusion that she shouldn't be doing these dumb things. But a second later, she's fierce. She's fierce again. Which it confuses you a little bit while reading the story.
While reading, it really, like, the problem with Freya is that after reading the book, I'm like, I have no idea what her deal is, except that she desperately wants to fuck Björn at every opportunity, and she doesn't think about any other man like that. It's not like she's hypersexual. She just wants this specific dick desperately at all times. That's the only consistent thing about her, and it's so frustrating in a book that wants to be serious, that wants to be taken seriously, because you have several scenes where it's like, oh, the stink of the dead. Like, it tries to be visceral. It tries to be serious about all the people who died in, like, a raid, all the people who were sacrificed to keep Freya safe. And it tries, but it's falling so flat, because the rest of the time it's like, wow, this could be a fucking Scooby-Doo episode for all I care. Like, that's the level of seriousness we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, these characters do not act as if they live in this world. They act like they're CW characters who live somewhere in the US and have a chill time most of the time.
I will say, what is very straightforward and I feel like makes this an easy book to read is that, except for Bjorn and Freya, all other characters are as one-dimensional and flat as they are. They have a certain role. They have a certain role to fulfill, and they do it. You meet a character and you immediately know where their place in the story is, and you're like, okay, that's your thing. With Freya and Bjorn, like Danielle Jensen tried to do more, but it falls flat, in my opinion, due to the horniness. There are moments where I was like, oh, this is interesting, this is fun. I liked all the scenes of Freya's inside thoughts about her family and friends, and how she feels about it, because that's a natural thought to have when you get ripped out of your actual normal life, to be put into that situation. Her going, I understand why Ingrid isn't doing anything against me getting married off, but I'm still disappointed that she didn't even voice her disdain for it once, that she didn't even at one point said, I don't think that's okay, Freya, you should be free. Whatever. That's an interesting thought to have. And she sometimes sprinkles them in all over the book, but they don't get anywhere.
They only fucking happen either when she's standing right in front of one of those people, or Snorri just went, hey, I'm gonna kill your fucking family if you don't do what I say. She does not even think once of her family when anything else is happening, which ruins this as a character trait. It's like, hey, it's constantly said, hey, she feels responsible and she takes on all this responsibility for her family. And that's true. When she does think about them, that is a consistent beat. But unfortunately, for a character who is supposed to always put them first, she doesn't fucking think about them at all most of the time, unless the plot brought them up to her specifically. And then she's like, no, I have to keep them safe, even if they don't love me. And even though they're the most dog shit family and friends you could possibly write, because they're made specifically so that the reader can hate them and agree with Bjorn when every time, even though he barely knew those people, was like, these people suck and you shouldn't care about them ever. There's all. These people don't get any part where they actually, like, care about Freya in any way. They're always like, oh no, I'm using you specifically. Yeah, I fucking hate you and I think you suck, but I'm using you. That's all we get. That's all that ever happens.
There was one part, it's like a big confrontation because she gets this burn mark, the scar on her hand, and she gets a salve that she should apply every single day, you know, to make it more limber, to make it not hurt as much, and she doesn't really do it. She always has to be forced to do it, and then Bjorn confronts her and is like, why are you doing this, right? There's a reason as to why you're doing it. They're like punishing yourself, blah blah. And there was one part where I thought, oh, this is getting interesting again, because she says she's feeling bad about this thing that happens at the very beginning of the book, her killing Vragi, because there really was no reason to do this. There was, like, he, as much of a shithead that he did not deserve to be killed like this. I fucking killed my husband. Who the fuck am I? And you're like, oh, cool. This is her, again, reiterating and coming to the conclusion after all these moments where it tries to be super dark with all these people killing, where she finally realizes, oh, she just doesn't vibe with the fact that being a shield maiden also includes just fucking razing other cities down and killing people, and that being the thing. And then it immediately gets, in my opinion, thrown out the window because she's like, I hurt myself because I don't want myself to become a person who sees killing people as the easy way out. I'm like, huh? What? I thought it was going to, it's like a completely different direction. It also doesn't work
because she doesn't think about him once after it happened. Right?
So it's like, okay.
This would be a great character bit if she was haunted by it, right? If she woke up to the crunch of the axe splitting his head open and was like, oh god, I did this every time. Like, I hear an axe hit a tree when they split the wood for a fire or whatever. I see it again and I feel awful because it wasn't right, but I was just so angry. And like, oh, I'm struggling with myself. No. It just, no. It doesn't matter. When that happened... When she said that, I was like, what? No, where is this coming from? What do you mean? That's insane. I don't believe you. And also my second note on that part was like, no way this woman is self-actualized enough to actually understand why she's doing this. She would not have the mental capacity to arrive here. She would not clock this in herself. Are you shitting me?
The thing which supports that argument of yours is that Bjorn has to tell her that she isn't taking care of herself. And she's like, oh, I'm trying to think in my mind when was it, every single time I applied the solve, and oh my god, Bjorn is correct. I never do it on my own. I always only do it if he reminds me. Which means, like, she comes to this very heartfelt, very deep psychology burrowing into her brain conclusion in, like, a minute.
Right.
She needs one man to tell her, hey, I think you should think about that. And she's like, oh, you're right.
The thing about it is also that the first time she's like, oh, I should put it on, but I won't, is she's like, I'm too frugal, I don't want to use it. And I just sat there and went, what the fuck do you mean? This is the specific purpose of the salve. Being frugal, it would make sense to be like, oh, I'm using less that I'm supposed to use, so it still hurts a bit, but you know. But like, I was like, what does frugality have to do with any of this? It's like, oh, my knife is too good, I'm not gonna use it to gut the fish because I'm frugal. What? No, that that doesn't make sense. That's the wrong word. That's not
especially because she is like, oh, Snorri has made like no expenses, or like shied no expenses in getting me this huge pot of salve, and like this is just cosmetic. And 10, 20 scenes beforehand, sentences all the time, the rest of the book, it's very much clear it's not cosmetic. Right? It hinders her ability to move her hand and to use it to do, like, everyday things.
Right? It's like, it would make sense. Like, again, it's fine to have a character bit where your character is like, I'm going to refuse to care for myself because I think I deserve to suffer. Mm-hmm. But that's not the kind of character she comes across as. Yes, she martyrs herself for her family, but she's not hurting herself for no reason otherwise. That's stupid. You just sit there and you go, are you fucking dumb? What the fuck is that? What is this about? This just feels like you want more scenes where he sensually rubs the salve into her hand and she can be like, oh, the tension in my hand was gone, but the tension in my core was only getting stronger. Which
that warm feeling. She uses those words so many times. But yeah, so there's the horniness there. And then there's the way that she looks at Bjorn. Whereas I like her thoughts about him when they're not horny. You sometimes have these little bits of like when they get attacked. So after the wedding, they get attacked by raiders who immediately want to kill Freya. And she talks to him, and she's being sequestered in this hall, and there was something about her wanting to go out or something, and she's like, I wanted him to like fight this and agree with me, and I was being nervous and tense, not because I thought he would try to stop me, but because I wanted him to be the sort of man who would do what needs to be done to save all the people here. And like, that's a solid, fun thought. And then the next thing is he grips the sword with his strong biceps and runs out. Why? Why?
Dude, in the same... No, continue. I'm sorry.
At some point, they talk about... later in the book, they talk about why one would go into battle. Because she's going through her little, oh no, all the people are dying. And he's like, oh, because of reputation, because of battle fame, right? And then she's like, oh, there's a hollowness there that makes me wonder if he wishes that it was otherwise, right? That he would actually believe reputation and battle fame is the reason why he's doing all of this. Because it would be easier. And these are fun thoughts. And then immediately they get sandwiched by horny. And it negates any intellectual thing she has to think about this man, in my opinion, for me.
It is genuinely difficult to convey without reading how deeply disruptive and inappropriate so many thoughts of hers are. Not because I think people can't get horny often or through simple things, but because there are situations in which you would think that someone would not have the brain capacity to even conceive of this. Right after she uses his axe to kill her husband, her hand basically has a hole burnt in it from how hot that axe is, and she's fucking delirious with pain, they travel to his father's town on his horse. She sits in front of him, and she actively, while she's delirious from pain, is like, his dick is rubbing against my ass. I don't know if I can take this. This is what happens in this book. There's this battle. What we mentioned, the town gets attacked. They set the attackers' boats on fire. They're wet. They were in the water. They're barely clothed. She's dying from hypothermia. He's holding in her, and she's like, oh, bodies are touching. I wish he would take me right now. You just go, girl, it's not the time. It is simply not the time.
I for that scene, I wrote down that I could not believe it when I was reading it. I could not believe it when I was writing it down yesterday, making my little notes, that they totally missed an opportunity to make a fucking dumb dick joke in that scene. Because the thing is, right, they have sexual tension. She undresses so she can swim to the boat, to set the boats on fire to distract the raiders. And she has a stick in her hand, because the idea is Bjorn will put the stick onto fire, and then they can both put fire to these Drakkar boat thingies, yeah? And she's like, oh, he has it easy swimming to the boats because he isn't hindered by a stick. And you're telling me that we're not inserting a dick joke there? Why? Like, he has his stick there all the time because he's constantly
It's
hard.
also, you missed the part in this where right as they're undressing, they're already making jokes like this. It's already the vibe. Yes. It's not just it's out of nowhere there should be a dick. There are always sex jokes.
She's undressing because in her head she's like, listen, I have so many clothes on, I will not be able to swim because there's like woolen dress, woolen veil, whatever, all over. And then he goes, oh, I like this plan of yours. It's like, focus, Bjorn. We want to set ships on fire.
I'm like, Bjorn, they're killing children 50 meters from you.
They're killing children in the street. Babies in the street. Yeah.
That's what I mean, like, you have this scene where they're making jokes, they're setting the boats on fire, she almost dies, then she gets super horny because he's holding her while she's cold, and then the next scene is like, oh, it is devastating to see them bring the corpses to be burned at the, at the beach.
To the pyre,
Some are even children. It is horrifying to see the truth of war, and you're like, okay. Yeah, that was really what you were thinking about yesterday, too, yeah.
It's like, you saw the truth of war, alright?
It's just truly, reading this, it really makes me just go, I'm embarrassed for these characters. I'm embarrassed for who wrote this and these characters, and frankly also a bit for the people who think it's good, because there are people who genuinely, they're not, haha, this is so silly, it's fun. They're like, this is gripping, this is so good, this is suspenseful, and it's sexy, and you just go, I'm embarrassed for you, because this is not only dog shit, it is mixing a disgusting dessert with a disgusting savory main course, and you randomly get bits of each, and it's bad. Both on their own are bad, but mixing them is even worse.
One thing about this whole thing, because you mentioned like how actually distracting it is by reading, for you guys, sometimes her inside thoughts are in italics. Those are her actual thoughts. So just by reading visually, sometimes it gets a little bit distracting. And through the book, she chastises herself for the fact that she's so horny. Like, she's literally like, why am I thinking these thoughts? This is so inappropriate. This is so dumb. I do not know this man. What is happening, right? And then later on throughout the book, some of these thoughts, they start to have a strange little voice. It feels like she has a little devil on her shoulder, telling her little things. And then later on, we find out that she's not just a child of Hlin, she's the child of another god. And I was, in retrospect, writing my notes down. I was like, do we think the horny thoughts are also from the other god, right? At which point are there her thoughts? And then, is it Hlin or the other god? Who of them is so horny for Bjorn? I was like, what is going on there?
I don't think it is, because when we get some thoughts of that goddess later, she's like, fucking kill him, he's trying to stop you. And I'm like, yes, do it, I'm on this team. Fucking do it, get rid of him. I am pro this, fuck Bjorn, but not in a sexy way. Fuck this man up, kill him. But no, she doesn't. Devastating for me, of course.
Another loss.
Truly.
But I was like, at which point, like, is it Helene who is so horny for him? Because if it's, like, who is, I think it's just Freya, but I thought it was fun.
No, the thing is, I don't think the other voice is, like, literally Hale either. I think the other voice is just her evil side. Because Bjorn got the prophecy from his mom that, like, she could be the scariest evil woman imaginable and kill so many people. Like, she can be your angel or your devil. But it's like,
it's Dark Betty. it's Dark Freya.
No, but literally, it is
she
so
puts on
stupid.
a wig.
Because it's not just that, it's also her eyes literally glow red when she's in evil mode, and it's so embarrassing. You're like, really? They glow red? No one else's eyes glow red? Fuck you.
I think the cover for the second book has her with red eyes, actually. The cover is red themed. Well, we've been talking a lot about the man already, so Bjorn.
Bjorn. Another deeply unsexy name.
I have to admit, I have a love and hate relationship with this man. I think he is completely uninteresting as a character. I feel like he falls super flat. But not in a way that the other people where you're like, okay, you're here for a reason, but like in a way where it's like, who are you? What are you doing? Where are you going?
He's a Northerlander.
Is the light on behind those eyes? And he feels like an amalgamation of all the other hotties that we have met. To me, it felt like she took Aaron, whom she was like obviously in love from her previous books, and then she took Cassian. And she was like, I'm gonna marry these two bitches together, and then I'm gonna make my Viking man. Like, this is the feeling I got from Bjorn. But, and here is where the love is coming from. I think sometimes, actually, unintentionally, he is so fucking hilarious. He did make me laugh. Like, not because I was like, this is fucking stupid, but I was like, I'm afraid this would work on me. So, that's where the love and hate comes from. Don't look at me like this. Like, like the first time he made... Oh my god. The first time he made me laugh was when, I don't even remember the surrounding scene, but Freya's like, you are either vain or very stupid. And he's like, why not both? And that actually made me laugh. I was like, you know, it's the first true thing you're saying, Bjorn. I can't believe it. I'm laughing, actually.
This is devastating to learn about you.
When they're in their little dungeon, he's like, I had some concerns. I might shit myself out of terror. And she's like, the only thing you shit is bluster and foolery. And he's like, it is a valid fear. I'm sorry, it made me laugh. I'm sorry. He is still super dumb. And a lot of times I was like, Bjorn, I don't even know who you are. I've spent 80% of this book with you, and I still don't know. I don't know. I would not be able to say what your favorite color is. But yeah, that's why there's a love-hate relationship, because sometimes he did genuinely make me laugh.
I think a very funny thing is that we never get his perspective, right? Like, I think that's something the Bridge Kingdom suffered from, because it's not like Aaron had anything meaningful to contribute. He was dumb as bricks. And
he was also just horny.
Right? So he had nothing to contribute. And while I agree, Bjorn is like nothing. He's kind of a plot device. I'm like, he's horny when he needs to be. Most of what we hear about him is how good he is at sex and how big his dick is and how
They
all the
can't
women
stop reminding
think he's
us.
such a good lover and that he's so good at both fingering women and oral sex that it's incredible. Which, great, cool. Love to know this. Helps me really get into the mindset of someone who would talk to this guy at a party, you know? And the fascinating bit is because he we don't get his perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So many of the reviews of the second book were like, in book 1, Bjorn was so layered and dimensional. He was such an interesting character with nuance. And in this book, he was just groveling and in love with Freya. And it's like, okay. I mean, I guess it works when you just don't hear his thoughts. People can just project onto him.
Yes.
And the whole reveal at the end that he was working for King Harald of Norderland all this time. And he kept it a secret. And it's like, okay, but does it really give him dimension? It really just takes away dimension because I was like, okay, there could be something interesting here in his relationship to his father and his father's wife, who he clearly doesn't get along with. But he has a positive relation to his half-brother, and he, at least sometimes, says things that could make you interpret them as caring about the common people and wanting what's best for them. He's like, you know, my younger brother Leif, he's just he's just a better as a ruler for these people because they want him as a ruler. They like him, they know him, they don't know me. And you're like, oh, he could have dimension, but then it's like, oh no, he just doesn't want to rule these people because he's got a sweet deal set up in Norderland where he's gonna inherit from presumably gay King Harold, who doesn't seem to have any children of his own.
The gay is your headcanon. We have no confirmation on that.
No,
we don't even know that he doesn't have any children.
Well, he's like, no, he says Bjorn will inherit all my shit. Like, he's my heir.
Well, maybe he doesn't like his other children.
He's like, I'm gonna take everything from Snorri, including his son, who will become my son.
Yeah.
What?
I wonder what these people who say that he's multi-layered, I guess it's because sometimes he's comforting and nice. I guess that's multi-layered.
I guess the fact that he lies to her face in order to get her to have sex with him is multi-layered and interesting. I don't know.
That's
like the
that's
fact
at
that
least
he
one
doesn't
layer,
want
you know.
her to die. Like it's just like I could imagine a layered character in his place, whose mother gave him a prophecy that no one else heard, that the shield maiden prophesies to bring these people together could also be their doom and to destroy everything. And so he meets this woman and finds out she is a shield maiden. Obviously, he has a lot of concerns that other people don't have. But then he gets to know her, and then he does see the evil side peeking out now and again, but he's like, I can fix her, I'm a good guy, I can, like, I want to protect these people too, I can work with her, like, I value her, and now I don't feel like I can just kill her when she becomes a liability or whatever. There could be something there. But I don't think there is anything there in this story. I don't think Bjorn has this going on at all. I don't even know if Danielle knew this would be something Bjorn knew when she wrote the beginning, or if only later on she was like, what if there was a second prophecy about Freya that she might become evil? What if she had a second godly parent? Because that's the thing, where I'm also like, I don't know if she knew about this twist when she wrote the very beginning, when she conceptualized the story, and if she ever went back to think about how that might influence the rest of the story, you know? Because it does feel kind of like a late edition, because it doesn't feel like it affects anything in the first half minimum of the book at all. Where it's like, yeah, she gets angry and kills Vragi, but it's like, it's pretty legitimate anger, and it's also worry about her best friend, who this man is trying to force into a marriage she doesn't want and stuff. So it's like, I don't know, you could easily see that as not her godly anger coming through, because it doesn't really do anything for the rest. Like, It's not present.
Yeah. It's certainly, I don't know whether she didn't plan it from the beginning when she structured it. I mean, maybe she didn't, like, have it as a first thought when she came up with the character, but she certainly doesn't let us know whether or not she might have. Because, yeah, it doesn't really apply for the beginning of the story. The thoughts she's having don't really come up until halls are burning. Like, not even at Fjall Tinder does she have these thoughts.
No, it's just... No, there's just nothing there.
Yeah.
So it feels like it comes out of nowhere until there's a prophecy of, like, you who are of 2 bloods will be watching you. And Freya's like, of 2 bloods? Well, human and god. Like every demigod. It's like, you think they would have said this if they meant that, like every other child of God? You know, really? You dumb fucking idiot? Come on. Be serious, Freya. Be serious.
That also makes you realize that she really is not a smart protagonist, and they, thank God, do not, like, stress on that fact. They're not like, oh, she's actually smart. No, those are the moments where we realize she's not.
But the frustrating part is that this is a first-person narration. Her narration is not stupid. The narration is not that of a person who struggles with words or connecting information. So her behavior is at odds with the actual writing of the story. There are parts where she's like, it was this juxtaposition that scared me. And it's just like, would a dumb as rocks fishmonger's wife say this? No, she wouldn't.
Yeah.
Get in character. Oh my god.
That's why I said earlier, sometimes you're like, okay, yeah, this is the sort of character we're working with, and then in another moment you're wondering why she's not taking this agency, because it feels like she should from her inner thoughts and monologues. Before we jump on from Bjorn, I just want to say that I also wrote down that we get the amazing tidbit that, so he doesn't just carry his axe around, he has to summon it, basically. And he tells us that it disappears when he falls asleep and it has to respawn the next time he wakes up. I just thought that was insanely funny. That's all I wanted to get out there.
There's actually another tidbit I also want to mention, because it connects to the last bad book we read, which is that he expressively doesn't fight with a shirt on, because his axe easily sets his clothing on fire. Another freak who's allergic to shirts. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is great. I love this. Great.
The thing is, he doesn't train with a shirt on. He does fight with, like, I think a leather armor or something, but he doesn't train with a shirt on. And he trains close to the water, so that.
But also, another thing about him, the narrative is like, wow, not an ounce of body fat on him, and I'm like, oh, this bitch is weak. He's dehydrated. He's dying the moment he doesn't get regular meals. Yeah. Why does he look like a bodybuilder? Girl, you're dying. Eat something.
Maybe
drink
it's my personal...
alcohol. Anything. Oh my god.
Maybe it's my personal preference, but I do not get the obsession with, like, especially in characters who are supposed to be warriors, with this low body fat percentage. Listen, you cannot have man boobs with them not jiggling when they're not flexed, okay? Like, you gotta pick. Do you want the man boob? Do you want the chesticles? Or do you just want a flat dude? Like, you gotta pick. It doesn't work like that.
This is a Viking-themed romance. Who wants a Viking who looks like a model? You don't want a twink, you want at least a twunk. If you're not going for the full bear experience, at least make it a twunk. Oh my god.
But I fully agree with you. Like, it's like, give us, all you need is to say he was super muscular and he had a healthy layer of fat over there that made his muscles bulge even more.
You don't even need to mention the layer of fat if you're so scared of body fat. Just be like, he was extremely ripped, his biceps the size of my head, whatever. Like, who cares? Just say anything. Just don't mention that he has no body fat, which implies that he's kind of starving all the time. That isn't impressive to me. I worry for his health.
Yeah. I wonder whether authors who write this is just like the wish fulfillment thing, where it's like, oh, I would love to have a man that looks this ripped, or whether they actually do not realize how much effort it takes for a man to look like that in terms of training, nutrition, all of that stuff.
It's like a full-time job. It's like, if you want to have basically zero body fat, this is all you do all day. That's the only thing you're working on.
And I mean, I know it's probably an exaggeration with like the zero body fat, but even dudes who like look
no one gets
fit,
to zero body fat, right?
Yeah, like, even dudes who look like super fit and like are not into the bodybuilding, they still have a very stringent workout routine, what they eat, how much they eat. If you look at someone who just goes to the gym to build muscle and to just get more muscle, they do not look anywhere close to not having lots of body fat, because these people eat so they get more muscles. They don't look fat. No, not at all. But like, there's a distinct difference between somebody who looks like they have a lot of muscle and they eat for that muscle, and someone who, as you said, barely manages past like the twunk like border. So it's so weird.
That part, when that happened, I was just like, man, this poor guy, they're not giving him food. They want this guy to starve, man.
This is chunky muscle man erasure, and I will not stand for it. I will not.
Yeah, it's also, I think his whole description just screamed to me someone who thought that, like, the Viking, like, battle armor is kind of cool and the vibe of going raiding, but who's desperately insecure about whether the audience would respond to anything than a man who looks like he belongs in the 21st century. Because his hairstyle is also, he has like the fucking shaved sides. Yeah, he has the undercut. He doesn't have a beard, don't worry. He just has a bit of sexy stubble. Like,
in my head, like, he had a beard. I ignored that. I was like, that's a beard.
No, but really, I was reading it and I was just like, why are we even making this Viking themed if you don't even like most of the aesthetics? You don't like the content of the Viking theme, so what are we doing, man? Why is it like this?
It's like in the Hobbit movies where only the hot dwarves have romance arcs, right? Like, you have the dwarves that look like fucking dwarves, you know, from Lord of the Rings, and then you have Keely and Feely, who get the romance arc. Well, no, who is it? The Keely? Feely? The brunette one, who gets Keely, to make out with the elf. Yeah. One of the two.
For a second, I was like, wait, Thorin also gets a romance arc, but I forgot. That's not canon.
That is not canon. He does. What's it called? Thorin shield? No, Oaken.
Thorin Oakenshield is his name. I think it's called Bag and Shield.
Bag and Shield. I love that you go. Well, and for a lot of people, he's also part of the sexy dwarves. They're like, oh, yes, okay, we have the dwarves. And we have the sexy dwarves, including Thorin. But there it is the same, right? You have the people who fit into the certain aesthetic that you want for the vibes, and then you have the people who you need to be able to, like, be conventionally attracted to without people going, like, side-eyeing you for thinking that's hot. Because you could never, right? So she makes Bjorn look like just this random dude you find in the hipster bar.
He's shopping at Forever 21. He is shopping at Hollister. Like, you know this. He's just around.
He bought a road bike when he was 26, and he didn't just get the normal one. He got the 5,000 euro version. He wears like the Uniqlo monochrome shirts to look cool.
Most damningly, he vapes.
He rolls up the sleeves of his shirt so that's like body size too small so that you can really see the biceps when he's like vaping like
yeah. He wishes he could make, the buttons on his shirt like pop when he just flexes his muscles. It hasn't happened yet, but he's working on it. He's working on it. That's the
slowly though, because he doesn't eat.
That's true. But he's probably on steroids. But while we're talking about attractiveness, it's also very funny to me that Freya is supposed to be like, I'm not that pretty. Who would want me? Only Vragi wanted me for my family, whatever. And it's like, and then everyone's like, she's so beautiful. She's so gorgeous with her blonde hair. But then it was also people looking at her scars and going like, wow, that's fuck-ass ugly. And I was like, it's just a scar on her hand. Girl, what do you mean?
But doesn't Ragi say that he should have gotten like a wife who can do actual work instead of a hot wife, which I assumed meant that she was hot from the beginning.
But she doesn't talk about herself as if people find her hot, which I thought was extremely confusing because I was like, what do you mean? You're two very attractive people who are rubbing against each other all the time, who are super horny about each other. What about this could ever be interesting? Like, this is just like everything else I've ever read.
I don't know whether I just banished this from my brain, but I genuinely did not know. Like, I took the cover and I was like, okay, this is what her body type looks like. But I think they just describe her hair and eye color at some point. I don't know. They never say whether she's like small and dainty or whether she's tall for a woman, and that's why he's also like annoyed with her. I don't think they say that. Maybe I'm wrong.
They don't describe her. They don't describe her body and body type at all.
So that actually
there's one incredible quote from later in the book where he's like, you let me touch your perfect breasts, which tells us nothing, but is a weird thing to say.
I was about to say, I feel like if you're attacked, like, the consensus of things I hear from people, as much as especially some men complain about the shape of boobs, right? And they're like, oh, they're saggy, oh, they're small, oh, they're this, oh, they're that. As soon as a person attracted to boobs sees a naked boob in front of them, they think that's the most perfect boob. So honestly, sure, Bjorn, whatever you say, I guess I agree.
Yeah. No, but I don't think she's described in much detail at all.
No, she's not. You don't even get like.
I think though we know that her tits are small because she looks at Steinun and goes, "I wish I had huge knockers like her."
Yeah.
That's what we get from that.
Yeah. But apart from that, we don't really get to find. And I feel like that's not super necessary, right? But if the story is about a shield maiden and her growing into this role, it would be interesting to see whether she's like, tall warrior like Bodil is later on, as we find out, or thin and petite.
Right. It's also on that note, when later we have Bodil there, the cool warrior woman, and she trains Freya, Bjorn like gets kind of pissy, and Freya has to explain to him that with her body size, she needs to fight differently from men, so it's helpful if other women teach her how to fight in a way that is useful for her. And he's like, you see, like, slowly the Windows logo's bouncing around in his head, and then it hits a corner and he's like, oh, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess yes. Which it just makes you go, Bjorn, are you fucking insane? What? Did you not think of this? Are you too stupid?
I don't know if this was an attempt for, like, a little jealous scene or something, but the way that it plays out just, it makes you think he's fucking stupid. Because it's not a begrudgingly, he, like, looks at me and, like, oh, yeah. But he genuinely thinks about it and goes, oh, you're right.
He genuinely has to think about it, and then he realizes, oh, yeah, maybe that does make sense. Incredible.
Yeah. It's certainly something. Well, we continue on in the story, and we meet Steinun, who's another character, and we meet Ylva. The two women we meet, the first women we meet, they're interesting. Ylva is Jarl Snorri's wife, and as much as this man does not have any dimension to him, Ylva doesn't either. At first I was like, oh, she's gonna be, a friend. She's gonna be a confidant for Freya. And then we find out that she's anything but. She's a jealous bitch-ass wife of Snorri who hates Freya and who tries to, sabotage her at every single point. She is we talked about this. She is a vulva, which is a blood witch, and I first read it as in she is a vulva, which to me translated to she has a vulva, and I thought that's a very weird thing to point out. Okay, I guess. Until I reread that, I was like, oh, she is a vulva. Got it.
The thing about it is also that, Snorri is not a young man. He's not young and hot.
Yeah.
They've been married for a while. Yes, he has cheated on her before, whatever, and she is kind of jealous about it, but she knows...
Understandably so.
...that Freya doesn't want to be her. Freya's there because her family is being threatened with their lives on the line. This woman is like, don't you dare steal my man. And Freya's like, I don't even want your man. I don't want to be here. So the animosity is totally pointless. And then, of course, Ylva gets to be the evil harpy. And it's focused on so much in the book that you're like, okay, she's obviously not gonna be evil because it's too obvious. But it would have also been funny if she were evil. Because I think then it would have been so hammy that I would have been like, wow. This is a book for toddlers. There's sex in it, but actually for people who mentally still are like, okay, the round shape goes in the round hole.
It's you guys do not understand how ham-fisted this is. At the first possible moment that Freya notices that there's some deception going on, some deceit. She notices someone talking to King Harald at the party, the sacrificing party, and she does not see that person. She does not hear that person. She only hears Mr. Harald talk.
What about my son?
And he says something about the wording of, there's many things a mother would do for her son, or something like that. Right? And she immediately is like, okay, it's Ylva. It has to be her. She's the person who's doing all of this. And she immediately goes into overdrive and accuses Ylva of stuff. And Bjorn is like, the fuck are you talking about? Why would you be doing this? I mean, he is the one, right? He's like, what did you see? She's like, well, it was her. And then a couple pages later, she's like, well, I didn't see the person. I didn't hear the person, but it was Ylva, I swear.
It's actually also crazy because partly she hates Ylva so much because, buckle up, Ylva's mean to Bjorn. That's the main reason she hates this woman. She's like, this woman doesn't like Bjorn and she wants her own son to inherit and not Bjorn. And Bjorn's like, I don't want to inherit. I do think this guy should inherit. And Freya's like, Bjorn should inherit because he's so sexy and so pretty. And,
it's his birthright. No, it's not because he was born out of wedlock. It's he is the first son of Snorri, but...
technically speaking, in Viking times, that actually did not matter, and it was not discriminated at all between children in and out of wedlock, except some small inheritance
I see
things. But I don't think that's I think that's just something she stumbled into accidentally being accurate, and not something she looked up. She was just like. I'm sure because he's a son of a god, he's a special boy and anyone would want him as a ruler. Yeah. We also later find out that that Ylva is the one who wanted Bjorn's mom to get killed and set that whole thing up because she's so evil and jealous and like.
Honestly, for me, Ylva was one of the characters who like was the most normal and like understandable in the whole situation, except for her extreme dislike of Freya. But you know, this is a woman scorned, her man cheated on her, she wants her son to be safe, her little baby boy, and she sees that he has a good relationship with his half-sibling, but at the same time she doesn't really trust that half-sibling, right? She has an eye on him. She's like, you know, you've been away for a long time, and my son loves you, my son enjoys spending time with you, but I'm gonna have an eye on you, right? But for everything else, Ylva, every single thing Ylva does, I stand behind in terms of, I understand why she's doing it.
Right, I was like, you know what, if anyone has dimension, it's her, because I get where she's coming from.
Yeah.
She's like, I love this man, he wants to be king, I think that would also be good if he were king, I want to work with him on that. And then later she's like, actually all this bloodshed, all this fear, I don't like it, I don't want that for him or for this country, I care about the people who live here. And you're just like, wow. She's actually a capable, reasonable woman, unless it comes to her man sticking his dick somewhere else. Like, otherwise, she's like an extremely reasonable character. And the way the book is insisting that you see her as evil is really funny. You're just like, that's just a normal woman, man.
Yeah.
It's just a fairly normal woman.
I don't know if this is because it's from the like first person perspective, and Freya is obviously really on her case, so that's why it feels like the book is insisting on her to be an asshole this much. But at some point you're really thinking to yourself, this is dumb. I'm Team Ylva. She has done nothing wrong. You know, it gets to a point where
I also hate Freya and Bjorn. I also hope they die. She's right. She's right.
Yeah, that was really something. And then we have actually no, there's another woman we forgot, Liv, who
dies pretty
I don't know.
early.
I feel like the least Scandinavian name. I don't know, maybe the Livs in Scandinavia will correct me, but
it did feel like I don't think they have olives up there. I don't think the name Olivia would be common, so I don't...
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You could have just gone to a list of Scandinavian names and picked a different one.
Yeah. Who is a healer and actually also unfated, because she was blessed by air. Like, also one of the gods. The unfated people are just walking around everywhere.
There's so many of them.
Yeah, she dies pretty early as like I feel it's supposed to feel like one of those things where it's like, no, this character died, but I was like, oh, right, she existed.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she died, and it's like, it doesn't even impact the plot, because while she's a healer, Bjorn also knows how to make the healing salve that Freya needs, because he got burned as a child too, so he knows how to make it. And it's like, oh, okay, so it doesn't matter. So this means nothing. Cool. I love that. I love when things mean nothing. It's my favorite.
And it doesn't even properly work as a point of content or discontent for Bjorn, because it doesn't, like, we don't see him constantly think about this friend that he lost. She dies, he gets sad, that's it. Like,
right. It's also, Liv is not someone the reader cares about, because her introduction is mostly going, wow, you fucked up your hand pretty bad. Well, it's the goddess who decides whether it will heal or not. Also, Bjorn's really, really good in bed. You should know this, by the way.
Right. It's so weird.
What a strange introduction to a character. And then she's barely there, and then it's just like, yeah, she heals people. Okay. And then they leave, and then come back, and when they come back, she's dead. But this is like 10 chapters happen between where she has no influence. It's the same with Life.
Yeah.
Like, Ylva and Snorri's son. He gets introduced, then he's not relevant because he's left at home while they journey to their sick-ass sacrifice party. They come back. He's around, but he doesn't really do anything. He doesn't really contribute anything when they go to sack the other city. It's just... he's just there to be slightly distrustful of Freya, but there it's also like, dude, why do you distrust her? It's not, like... She doesn't have any agency. Like, a big problem. She doesn't have any goals. She's just here to do what she's told. She doesn't want anything except to bone Bjorn. Which, again, like, I also think it's really, really a weird setup because technically she's married to Snorri, but Snorri doesn't care about the marriage. It's just so he has control over her. And also he's obsessed because of a vision... where we don't really know what it means. He's decided that Bjorn is her chosen protector. So frankly, I don't think he would mind if they fuck. Like, frankly, why would he care? What? How does that matter?
I wrote that down as well. The whole thing with the marriage is very convoluted and weird. So, for the listeners, the reason they're like... That's why we said the prophecy fucking sucks. The reason why Snorri picks up Freya and then is like, immediately we have to get married, is because the idea is that due to the prophecy, the person who controls Freya or controls her fate will become the king of Skaland. And their mastermind thought process is, well, once you are married to Snorri, he will control your fate because he will control you, which is so feminist. And then they're like, okay, to consummate this marriage, we have to have sex now. So they walk to this secluded area in the big hall. And they're like, okay, we gotta fuck now. And then they're like, no, we can't do it because Freya is just standing on the side. She's just T-posing in the corner. While Ylva and Snorri have this discussion on Ylva being like, no, I can't do it, Snorri. I can't see you.
Not again.
Not again. And then they're like, okay, you know what? Actually, a marriage has to be consummated, which was the reason why you have to get married in the first place, because then he can control you, but we can't consummate because of these reasons. So we're gonna swear a blood oath, which is like, you could have had that oath without the marriage. Right? There was no need to get married in the first place. And then they never consummate the marriage anyways.
But
it's so weird.
Without the marriage, it couldn't be a forbidden romance. That's the only reason why it happens, and it makes everyone involved look so stupid. It's like, wait, if you can bind someone through a blood oath, isn't that more controlling than a marriage?
Right.
Because, listen, yes, technically Vragi and her were divorced before she killed him, but she thought about killing him at home while she was gutting fish too. This woman did not do what he told her. You don't control a woman through marriage. Like, in some ways you do, economically, sure, but she can still just make choices and do stuff you don't like. This isn't actual control of her fate. She can just do whatever she wants. Who cares? Like, you can't stop her just by holding up a marriage certificate. It's not stopping anyone. So the marriage makes no sense. And if there was going to be a blood pact anyway, why have the marriage? Well, we need the marriage so it's a forbidden romance and they can yearn. And by yearn, I mean they can be horny at each other, but not really think about the other as a person. That's all that happens, really.
That is not yearning. That is a lusting. Yearning is something else.
We just talked about romance tropes, and I was just like, wow, this is lust at first sight. It's not even love at first sight. She sees his rippling abs, and she's like, I am wetter than the water he's standing in. I am ready. And it's like, well, that's great, girl, but I don't know if this is the story for it. So really, the marriage need not be there. And I remember when I still assumed this book would make sense in the end, I was like, okay, I see it. The blood pact was specifically phrased so that it was about his blood, that she had to, like, obey someone of his blood and be bound to them and couldn't harm them. And I was like, the twist is gonna be Bjorn's gonna do something fucked up and order her to do something that she doesn't want to do because he's of Snorri's blood and Snorri's gonna be dead. And then nothing happened because a blood oath doesn't fucking matter. Great.
I thought something would happen. I thought she would be struck dead. I thought she'd be going up in flames the moment she betrays that blood oath. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. The oath does nothing. I was like, we're using blood magic and it does nothing? Maybe it turns
Ylva was
out Ylva's just bad at it. But yeah, no, I was so convinced that would happen. I was fully confident when I wrote you to that. Because I was just like, well, that's the logical thing for a setup like this to lead to. And then I sat there at the end and went, well, I didn't see this coming. But in my defense, this is stupid.
That's why I told you that this book fits so many tropes in there. Because it's not... And that's why when you said, oh, this book wants to be taken serious, for me, it doesn't feel like it. For me, it genuinely does not feel like this book wants to be taken serious because it's so silly in the way it sets up scenes for tropes to happen. So that's why I'm like...
But see, I think like it wants to have all the tropes, but from the way reviewers who like it talk about it and from the way the narrative handles these things, I do think the book wants you to genuinely be like, oh, it's so horrible that Bjorn and Freya can't be together because of this. Oh, the yearning. Oh, it hits so good. While you sit there and you go, this is so stupid. Like, it's not like, isn't it cute? They can't be together yet, but we know they will be eventually. It's like, no, you're supposed to be like, oh, the anguish, the yearning, the forbidden love. And it's just like, girl, these people barely know each other. She's in love with his dick, if anything. But him as a person, she could take it or leave it. It's certainly... that was just... The blood oath thing, that killed me. I was like, wait, this doesn't come up in any way, shape, or form at all?
It does. I was genuinely, I was like, no, girl, don't forget your blood oath that you took. Oh, no. And then nothing happens. I was like, oh. Okay.
I really thought when it happened, I was like, oh, this is such a your actions will have consequences moment where it's like, why the fuck would you choose to swear your allegiance through magic to a guy versus sleeping with him once? I was like, that is an insane choice.
I mean, she didn't have any agency in that. Again, she was just standing in the corner. Ylva and Snorri made that decision. They were like... Ylva was like, we can just do a blood oath. And then she was like, oh, yeah, I mean, imagine how smart the gods would think we are if we do the oath thing instead of the sex thing. And then they went with it.
Yeah, but internally she was like, oh, good, I don't have to have sex. I will swear any oath he wants if I just don't have to have sex. Which, again, virgin behavior. Which I don't mean derogatorily. I mean this genuinely. This is someone who's scared of having sex and who has no comparison for it. Whereas, like... No, she's been having bad sex for a year. I don't know, man. I don't think it would be that scary.
And I mean, afterwards, when she goes out, like she sneaks out of the bedroom because she doesn't want to listen to them, you know, canoodling.
They put her in the hole in the floor and tell her not to wander off, and she's immediately walking away because she's like, I don't want to hear this.
But but the thing is, apparently Snorri is, at least for Ylva, doing a good job because they be hearing her, you know, so it's like, I don't think he would have even... Anyways, I don't want to talk about... I think it's totally fine for her to not want to have sex in that situation, but in terms of, blood oath?
Or sex once. Right. I was also like, this must have consequences, right, for how it was... Yeah. No, it doesn't. Maybe it hasn't the second book. No, it does not. Who knows? I'm still surprised Snorri was still alive at the end of the book, frankly, because this is a duology, again, like, and, again, the prophecies, like, he who controls the Shield Maiden's fate will be the ruler of Skarland, or of a united Skarland, or whatever, and it's just like, well, isn't the answer to that obviously going to be that she controls her own fate, so she will be Queen of Skarland in a world's first super cool queen scenario? And the point where we end the first book, I'm like, how is this going to happen in a second book? How are they uniting Skarland at all?
We don't know how long that second book... Maybe there's a time skip in there, you know? They're like, okay, 10 months ago. Perchance.
Anyway, we were talking about other female characters. Let's talk about Steinon, who is introduced when the merry band of riders accosts Freya in the woods right at the beginning. There was one woman among them, and guess what? She has her, like, tits out. Well, not literally, but she has a super low-cut top, and you can see it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's cold. What is she
outside.
not dressed properly? I'm so confused.
But I mean, Bjorn is running around shirtless. Freya is gutting fish.
Yeah, but he doesn't get cold because of his fire magic. That's important.
I forgot.
Everyone else does get cold.
I forgot he has the fire magic cold thingy. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
I was just like, oh, she's freezing her tits off. And I was like, wow, we're objectifying women immediately. But also you can tell, because she's dressed very sexily and has big tits, that she's gonna be evil.
She wants it. That's why she has those tits out. Yeah, she is the Skald, I think is what they say. Yeah. And she's also unfated, and she is blessed with what I thought was actually a cool concept. She's blessed with like basically a bardic power. She talks to people and then spins songs from their actual memories. So when she sings, you are inside that scene, and it's like an actual epic scene of what happens, and you feel those emotions. And she basically is a little bit of a court jester, and at first you're made to feel sorry for her because she basically got sold around. So it's like, oh, but this king now wanted to have some songs, and now this jarl wanted to have some songs. But as you pointed out, due to her décotelage, it is very quickly spun into this thing of, oh, she's such a confident, sexy woman. Of course, they all wanted her.
I mean, it's also very important that Bjorn fucking hates this woman and wants nothing to do with her. And as we learned from this book, anyone who Bjorn dislikes is probably not a good guy. It's always like, oh, he can smell it. His opinion of people is what the reader is supposed to take as truth. He hates Freya's family. They all suck. He hates Steinon, he hates Ylva, all these people don't want anything good for Freya ever. He's the only one who cares about her. And it's really annoying. But also Steinon, at many points you're just like, what even is her deal? Because, she's working for Snorri because he's paying her at the time, or she pretends to, because at the end it's like, oh, she's actually working for Harald all this time. So you go,
Scandalous.
Okay. So what is she doing then? Because there was also the bit where they go into the fun video game dungeon where they fight skeletons, where they tell Steinon to stay behind and not come with them because she can't fight and she's gonna die if she comes with them because they don't even know if they will survive. We know they will because they're the main characters, but they don't know it. And Steinon is like, no, I should be coming with you. I should watch over what you're doing. And it's like, girl, are you stupid? Do you have no self-preservation? What are you doing? What are you fucking doing?
Especially because Freya points out in that moment, she's like, Steinon, you don't have to come with us. Like, literally. Right. Your powers will work even better if we just tell you instead of it overlaying with your own, like, perception of what happened. But there's also no reason, like, logically for her to be a spy because they know Harald trusts Bjorn to spy for him and to convince Freya for him. So there's no reason to send in a double tag team of people who hate each other into the situation.
And it's also because Steinon is doing basically propaganda for Snorri. She does what he wants. He's always satisfied with what she's doing. And later on, which I assume will be a reveal or something in the second book, it's like Steinon plays the song of how they fought the Drog in their little dungeon. And Freya, before she faints, is like, I look down at my shoes, but those aren't my shoes. These are not my shoelaces. And it's like, but I thought the songs only show the truth. What the fuck does this mean?
It was so weird. I did not...
I didn't understand at all where this was going.
Yeah, me neither. Maybe it was that it wasn't the shoelaces of the shoes she was wearing in the moment.
I was so confused because those were red shoelaces, and I was like, are her shoes also becoming evil when her evil side comes out? Is Steinun actually capable of lying with her songs and she's portraying something untrue? But again, what would be the point? Because we know those two survived the dungeon and they defeated the Draug in it, so what could she possibly have said that's untrue? What would be the point of lying about what happened in there? I don't understand.
Why would she be lying about shoelaces in the first place? Like, that's not how you catch out a lie.
Right, it's also like, why would she, even if you're like, oh, she pretended it was someone else instead of Freya, but it's like, everyone knows she went through the dungeon, so you can't lie about that part. So what? Right? I don't understand it. I was so bamboozled that I remembered it because I was like, what? Mm-hmm. What does this even mean? What does it have to do with anything?
Steinun is a confusing character in total. Also because it makes, at least for me, it made no sense for her and Bjorn to be this antagonistic.
Yeah.
Or at least for Bjorn to be this antagonistic to her. Because you don't want them to be, like, you know, bosom bros.
You don't need to be besties, yeah.
Because that would be suspicious, right? It's like, why is Bjorn this invested in this random woman? But you don't want your two spies, inside men, you don't want them to like, put strain on each other and to, like, sow dissent in the ranks, right? So that as soon as the thing with, oh, there's a spy, there's a mole, that they don't start immediately pointing to one of them. Which in this case, they would immediately point at Steinun and be like, she's a woman, she's a spy.
Yeah, also he's the Jarl's son, so it's like no one's gonna point at him. But it is very dumb. That was so confusing, and it's still like, what does Steinun even get out of this? Like, she gets paid by whoever she writes songs for, and as Bjorn says, she has everything she could want. Everyone treats her well, because her magic's great, and people love having songs about themselves. So, what would she have to gain to work undercover for a specific guy? That just makes you seem untrustworthy the moment it comes out, at which point your life gets worse. I don't understand.
I don't know, maybe it's a thing we would find out in the second book. Maybe Harald has, like, a super progressive agenda that we aren't aware of, which is why she's, like, politically inclined to want to support him because he's so fucking great. I don't know. But I'm as baffled as you are in this.
It was so confused. It was the only thing that stuck in my brain because I was genuinely confused as to what I was meant to take away from it. There are other scenes where I'm like, well, this was stupid, but I get where we're going. Like, I'm not confused as to the point of this scene in the narrative. I was just sitting there like, what? What does it even mean? Yeah. I don't understand. But so that's...
The places I thought we would be going with Steinun, none of them came to pass. Instead, we went to an elusive third place.
I really thought she might be a character who Freya can bond with because, she's treated well enough, but it's not like she can really make her own choices. She has to support whoever's currently paying. So I thought there could be, like, something there where Freya then is like, oh, I do have extreme value to Snorri, and though he can threaten my family to some extent, there are also things he can't, get out of me just by threatening me, so he should also give me nicer things in order to make me want to help him, right? So I thought maybe that could happen, but no. It's not like Freya ever gets any character development. She just randomly develops an evil side in the second half of the book, which was there before, never seen. but like every time she has any kind of development, the book immediately resets it. She'll be like, no, actually, Snorri, I will not fight for you. Snorri's like, hey, I'm gonna kill your brother and his wife if you don't fight for me. Okay, I will fight for you, never mind. Like,
hey, actually, Snorri, I will fight for you.
Right? And it's like the same with her mom, where she's like, I am done picking up after you people. I am done being the person who has to juggle this entire family. You people can be responsible for your own lives. 5 minutes later, immediately is like, I gotta save my mother. I need to risk everything so she doesn't get hurt. It's like, girl, what was this monologue for then?
The mother scene is really one of the few scenes where I'm like, listen, this this had no place to be here. With all the other scenes, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see why they're here. The mother scene, I do not. I do not see it, genuinely.
Yeah.
But if we go along with the plot, and then they go to the dungeon thingy, right? The fight, I thought, was actually a bit long. I enjoy a fight scene. I like listening to it. I like reading it. But the fight against the Draug at some point dragged. The Draug dragged a tiny little bit. I rarely felt like the book dragged, but that was one of the points where I was like, oh my god, we get it.
The best part of that was the beginning, frankly. They're standing in the dark hallway. They're like, oh no, something is happening. And then down the hallway come skeletons running like a comic. Like, it is comical in this, like, they're like full speed ahead sprinting at them. And it's just really funny. You have these green glowing skeletons running at them, and you're like, wow, I love this. This is like a Halloween themed ride at like a amusement park.
What I thought was fucking hilarious is they walking up these stairs, and there's this thing, right? They can't go the normal way up to the mountain because they just tried to attack Freya, like some other Jarl, and so they're like, okay, they will be waiting for us to get to the mountain, so we have to go a different path, which is through these hallways inside of the mountain, which are filled with these Draug people, which are like undead, because back in the day there was like a huge treasure from all the sacrifices people made to the gods on top of the mountain, and this one Jarl was like, ha ha ha, I'm gonna get that, I'm gonna take that for myself, and they try to run away through those hallways with their loot, and then they get cursed by the gods, and then they've been undead ever since. So there's like this whole huge thing about, oh, don't touch the treasure. And while they're on the stairs, one singular golden cup comes like boing, 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 boing down. And the thing is, they don't hear it. Like, it's a ginormous fucking stair. They're not doing nothing else than walking up a stair. You mean to tell me that they do not hear this fucking cup coming down? Freya freaks out because she's like, oh my god, cup! And she barely avoids this cup coming, and then they hear the skeletons and they're like, oh no, they've awakened. They notice us. Where do you think the cup is coming from, right? Like, you didn't unleash the cup. They were already coming for you. They've been noticing you for ages. They just take the same ages as you to run the stairs up and down.
It was like, oh, we're going to take the tunnels inside there, and it's like, it's just one tunnel. There are never any like ways where it's like, oh, we could go left or right. It's just like, it's one tunnel, and sometimes there's bigger rooms in it, but it's just the one tunnel. It's just one way. Not... And they're like, somewhere in there is the gold is hidden. The gold's just lying on the staircases. It's just everywhere. It's not hidden, but it's right there.
It's not a hidden treasure. I don't know,
so
maybe
funny.
She just forgot to point out that sometimes they had to decide where to go. But even then, there would be markings, because Bjorn knows they're not lost in the tunnels. It's not a situation of Grimm and Isla having to fight their way through the mountain. They're going on a walk They know exactly where they're going. It's monster infested. Done.
It was also extremely funny that they were like, we're gonna solve this the video game way. We just have to beat the boss fight, and then the minions will just disappear. Yeah. It's fine. They'll despawn. It's all good. We just one fight.
But honestly, at that point, I was happy that happened. I was like, I cannot do another fight.
No, because we had a full fight where they defended themselves for a bunch, and then the skeletons scuttled away. And they were like, they're gonna come back. Then they slept for a while. And then...
yeah, they just chilled.
Got up and went further, and then there was, like, the skeleton Jarl, who for some reason was giant compared to everyone else. I guess the magic made him a big boy. I don't know. Then they fight
the balls,
him. They win by Freya once again taking Bjorn's axe and throwing it at someone's skull. Very cool. Very fun for her. This time she shields her hand with her own magic, which, some growth. I appreciate that. But this is also one point, which then later
I also wrote
repeats
that down.
itself, where I just went, okay. If you're going to give someone the power of a magical shield, but all they use the shield for is to more effectively attack, I don't think you're thematically engaging with the shield as a power someone is given as like a thing that is supposed to represent protection. Because she's also the one protecting her family, and she wants to protect people from Harald coming over and pillaging everyone, right? So I was like, wait, she just keeps using it to kill people more. I don't know if I think that's a good way to use the shield. If she has a second evil version inside of herself that loves killing people aggressively. What?
Use those powers then. Yeah. The shield in general, the thing is, so the first time she uses it, she has an actual shield in her hand, and then that shield gets, like, glazed over by Hlyn's shield. Yes. Then, during their travels, Bjorn, bless him honestly, is like, we should test this out. There you go, gives her a pot. And it's like, okay, come on, shield. The pot is a shield with handles, let's go. And it works out as well, and we're like, oh, okay, this is multifaceted. Then, people attack. They're making a shield wall, right? And then the shield expands from her shield to all the other shields. That's super fucking cool. Oh my god. But then it turns into, okay, wait, she can also just shield her hand. She does not need, like, an actual extra object to make a shield. Okay, that's cool. We don't really see her train her shield or train her power. She does say that, wow, it takes such skill and concentration for Bjorn to keep up carrying his axe around. That's so sexy and hot. But at no point is she exhausted by using the power itself. She's exhausted in situations where it's appropriate for her to be exhausted because she's tired, she's been walking, she's been fighting. At the end of the book, she creates a shield around the whole fucking fortress, right? It's like it's a city. She makes a shield around the whole city. The scope of her powers are so... What do you mean Bjorn just gets a fire axe?
Right,
she
and
can make a shield.
Nothing else.
She can make a shield around the whole city. She can redirect lightning because she gives what she gets. Huh? I thought that was a bit interesting. And I feel like it goes along with the... Thematically, she did not consider what this means.
It's also just... I don't know, it's weird because most other people have like a very strongly defined power where they can only do very specific things. Like, we know that
beach whales,
who had, for example, he can just do fish. I mean, that's all he can do.
Yeah.
But Bodil, like, can feel if somebody is lying in words or sentiment, at which point I'm like, okay, that's pretty useless, because most people are lying in some way most of the time. Mm-hmm. And she's also like,
she admits.
It kind of sucked most, but it's like, very strongly defined what it can do. Bjorn just gets his hot axe, and he himself is always warm and doesn't freeze. That's all he gets. He can't summon fire in any different way. He can't do anything else cool. But then Freya, unlike Bjorn, she can't summon a shield. Like, what? She can just at first reinforce objects that are shields, and then she can throw the shield over her body parts and then later expand it to other people's bodies as well. And then you just go, what? What?
Yeah.
Can she just do whatever? What are the rules? Because
it's also, yeah.
Then also, while they're trying to take the city, she stumbles once and falls out of the formation, and the whole shield collapses, where it's like, but why though? Like, why couldn't it stay up? Why is this the thing that breaks the shield?
And people were still touching her, like she didn't completely fall down. She was immediately grabbed by Bodil. So it's like
her shield wasn't up, but we know it's not the shield itself that matters, so I don't really get it.
And then there's also this thing of like, oh, you usually discover that your child is unfated because they speak the name of the god. Bodil doesn't need to speak the name of the god all the time. She noticed that her feet start to tickle and itch whenever somebody's lying.
And Steinun doesn't do that either. Steinun just makes her music.
We don't have the Torah girl say, by the power of Grayskull, and then she has lightning. She just sends lightning to people. So it's certainly very loose how the powers work. And I feel like that's a huge issue in a power book.
If you're going to be like, oh yeah, there are very specific things the children of the gods can do, then define them, please. I'd appreciate that. There's also a scene at the very beginning where she gets married and Snorri is like, invoke your shield maiden power now that I'm presenting you in front of all these people. And she does it, and and she's like, the people looked apprehensive because this was a power they'd never seen before. And I'm like, why would they be apprehensive? They know people can do magic. The shield isn't scary. What? Yeah. And then it's like, and then Snorri's like, yeah, this is good. And then they're all like, oh yeah, this is good. Like, it's...
Also, I feel like, especially as a warrior, or as a warrior society that does a lot of raiding, you should be looking at that shield and immediately go, hell yeah, and not, ooh, a shield.
Right, it is so really strange. Dumb. What is also strange is when we get up out of the tunnels and we arrive at their sacred place, which is a place of supposedly non-violence, and it's surrounded by a force field, so you can't enter unless you have submitted yourself to all the gods by name to a priest who stands at the entrance, which, if you know anything about polytheistic societies, it is that all places basically have different ideas what makes up their pantheon, have gods that are different from each other, some more, some less, and that there is never an official list of anyone who is a god ever. Even in a world where gods can bless people with power, you would assume gods like Hlin, who don't do this basically ever, wouldn't be in that pantheon because no one thinks about them because they're not present. There would be some who are like just sponsoring babies in one geographic area, so other people wouldn't even know of them or believe in them. So the idea of this unified place of worship, which, that's also crazy. This is so Christian cloister themed, because what do you mean? They have priests that everyone from these different villages respects, and they live there all the time. Where are they getting their food? How do they live there when no one is supplying them with stuff all the time? That makes zero sense. And why would anyone in these societies that are very small and have all have their own jarl, they all have their own like religious leaders, why would they want other priests? They have their own who they trust to perform rituals, so they bring them when they go there. Why would anyone live there? Absurd. And then it becomes a Scooby-Doo ass dumb scene where people are attacking them from behind and Bjorn is fighting them off while she's like, oh my god, no, there's even more gods I have to submit to before they let me in. Oh no, oh no, oh no. It's stupid. It's not tense. You just sit there and you go, what? What are we doing now? Is this serious?
And what I thought was, it was tense for the second where you think, oh, she has to say like 10 more, right? When you're like, oh, okay, quick, get these 10 names out. Come on. Yes, I submit, fine. It turns out it's like 20, 30, 40 more names.
It keeps going for forever.
Like, it would really, because the priest is in on it. He's like, I'm just gonna call him priest. I forgot what they were actually called. Because he is like, okay, like, I'm saying these faster. Come on, girl, focus. I want you inside this force field. I want you safe. And it would feel tense if he was like, quickly, but he is like looking at his list and he's like, oh girl, we're not even halfway through. You know, this usually takes 20 minutes. And it just...
It is... The whole thing is so stupid because, like, it's surrounded by a force field. Okay, the gods like this place. They're like, yeah, this is our special little sacrifice place, whatever. But then, even though supposedly people aren't allowed to shed blood there, people still plan to. Like, we just...
Yeah.
They are still like, oh, this is like our hall on here, but we still need to inscribe it with protective runes, and someone needs to watch over you in case somebody is trying to hurt you. And I'm like, I thought this is forbidden. I thought the gods like this place and specifically tell you not to do this, and you're fucked if you disobey them. What do you mean? There's a genuine threat of her being killed again. What the fuck are you talking about?
Honestly, I thought it was going to be this super fun, interesting party plot where it's like, they all get drunk, they all get high, they all get horny. We'll have these scenes of these people doing actual, like, political talking, scheming. You know, like, when you're at, like, a business thing, and then there's the after party, and it's like, we're not doing business here, we're drinking and having fun, we're talking about your wife, your kids, where you went to vacation, and oh, that one deal I actually do want to talk about. I thought this was going to be the situation.
Yeah, I also thought it was going to be political maneuvering, but no. The best that we get is the fucking making out to hide their identities thing, which...
I thought you were about to say...
I was writing down in my notes, I was like, are they actually going to fuck in the forest? And then I was like, crisis averted, they didn't.
I genuinely, I feel like saying... I didn't want to interrupt you earlier, but I think like saying the scene is making out is underselling what's actually happening.
Yeah.
They are frauding. They, like, her dress is up. He nearly has his dick inside of her. Only because these other people... actually come close and talk to Bjorn is why there's no actual penetrative sex.
Yes. And then she's like, fuck me! And then they're like, oh, okay, this is probably not the woman we're looking for. Never mind, we'll leave her and have fun. Which is just like, why would you think the Shield Maiden doesn't want to get real? That's very strange.
I thought, well, that's not her husband. I thought
they were like, well, you wouldn't fuck your husband's wife. And it's like, but it's not a real marriage, so who cares?
Your father's wife, you mean, not your husband's wife. What I thought you were going to say when you said the best scene is Freya has to say, like, ask each of the gods again for like a little thank you,
she
please.
Gives them a little. She gives them all a bit of cash, and then she asks.
Yeah, and then she asks them for something, and then she gets to Loki's statue, and she's like, "Oh, Loki, he's the god of lies and deception. His children, they usually have the gift of like I also thought this was going somewhere, but it goes nowhere. His children have the gift of changing bodies and like their everything, and actually she didn't know what to ask him, so she just Loki, didn't. Loki, please, ...
At which point, I also wrote this to you very confidently. I was like, it's gonna turn out that he's, like, the second god that had, like, his blood in her. Because she didn't believe because that. They singled him out, and I was like, then she gets, like, the rage and the selfish parts, and I was like, yeah, you could ascribe this to Loki. Sure, that fits, kind of. And then he came out with Hale, and I was like, you could literally not ascribe any of this to Hale, but okay, I guess. Whatever, man.
You know, the
he's
thing
her grandfather.
For me,
whatever, it's fine.
Why I didn't see that happening was that I felt like she would the voice in her head, these other urges would be more on the conniving, manipulating side, not on the. You know, with Danielle Jensen's perception of who Loki is.
I don't know what she perceives of Loki. I don't know. Her brain is a mystery to me.
I would assume
she clearly didn't read any myth, so I don't know.
Okay, she thinks that Tom Hiddleston is a conniving, manipulating little bastard, and that's why I would assume if Freya's second sire... Oh, you think
it's Marvel Loki? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a second sire, then that would, like, Freya would be more manipulating, and she'd have these streaks of, oh, I can just lie, I can just do this and that. So I was like, it's not Loki. See, I do not.
I was thinking that because earlier she invokes, like, Hale and it works, like it does something, and I was like, oh, well, he's Hale's father, so maybe that's, like, you know, there's, like, connections going on. And because he was singled out, every other god, you know, got like their sacrifice and she asked something, and he was the only one where she was like, oh, I don't know what to ask, and I was like, okay, clearly we are gonna get a child of Loki. There's gonna be something's gonna be happening, otherwise this wouldn't be in here. Little did I know the twist is gonna come in the second book, where it turns out Harald is Loki-kin, so you know. That's great.
I thought because it specified that his children can change their shape. I thought the traitor in our ranks would be a child of Loki. Ooh. And that they would be, like, changing shape so that it's very hard to pinpoint who this person is, and it's basically gaslighting Freya. That's what I thought.
That could have been good.
That would be but something there. But
good things don't happen in these books, so.
Also didn't turn into anything. But why you mentioned the Hale thing, where she, like, is cursing, I was like, oh damn, I guess this Hale person is somebody who sometimes, you know, does respond to you cursing someone in their name.
Right. It's like, honestly, when that happened, I was just like, well, this shit's crazy. This might as well happen. Because without context, I was like, well, at least, honestly, mostly I was like, oh god, I was scared we're gonna fight more Drog right now. I'm so happy they're gone. I was like, oh good, the scene's over.
But yeah, apart from the fact that I constantly had to chuckle whenever they mentioned Fjaltindr, which is the place where this whole sacrificing thing happens, because it was like, haha, Tinder. I liked the little party. It wasn't what I wanted it to be, but I like a jolly drug-induced gathering. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. I like the sacrificing scene.
I thought it was really funny that all the gods turned up and were like, we're watching you. And
I thought it was so fucking lame that all the gods look the same. They all are like just specters chilling, and I got triggered by the word that that they had torches with silver fire, because I was immediately like silver flame, and then I had to think of Akatar, and I was like, oh, this is haunting me for life. But yeah, I thought, oh, these are more specters, more people sent by the gods. But no, it was literally the gods.
Yeah, I was also like, wow, she's so special that they're showing up. Why would they care? Like, sorry, but like, why would they care?
And this is, my dear people, this is where the quote that I think we've used already today, of, oh, she's a child of two bloods or something, comes from. The literal gods tell her this, and then she comes up with what you said previously, the conclusion, yeah, because I'm half human, half god.
And just
because we didn't even mention this at the beginning of the book, right, where she has to invoke her Hleen power, and then she gets a cool tattoo that like marks her as an unfaded person. There's a thing happening, and she has suddenly 2 tattoos. She has her Hleen tattoo on her hand, and then on her like garbled up hand she has another tattoo.
I was about to say where she burned herself on the hot hammer of her hot boy. It is, you cannot recognize it anymore, and it's like, it's gonna be the thematic thing of like, he saved her from the fate of going down that path through his fiery dick powers. We know, it's like, you know, whatever.
But it's like, she's so stupid for literally never, like, one more time she's like, yeah, well, I have this other tattoo on my hand, but we'll never find out, which is, she just accepts that.
Yeah.
I'd be freaking
like, well,
out.
I'm not looking at it, so who cares.
It's like, what do you mean I have 2 tattoos, right? And then when the gods tell her, oh, two halves, she's like, oh yeah, my 1 half. And then she just completely forgets.
Sure, whatever, man. She doesn't think except about how much she wants to fuck Bjorn. Like, it...
Yeah.
It truly... Whatever... Like, there's a scene where they're both lying in beds or next to each other after a battle, and she's trying to get off, and then he shifts in his sleep, and she's like, oh no, I shouldn't.
That's during the...
Oh yeah, true, no, that's...
After the sacrificing thing.
Yeah. That's true, yeah. She's lying there talking about it, and it's like, oh my god, girl.
Can we talk about... Okay, so we've covered this previously, so I don't think we have to talk too much about it.
Yeah.
But Bjorn gets the seer thing. They run back to Halsar. It's in flames. They're all sad, blah, blah. And then Snorri is like, as you said, I want to do vengeance for my people. We need a new city. We're gonna walk over the mountain and attack the others. Some shenanigans happen on the way up that mountain, but they are... So... Freya falls into ice-cold water.
Freya
this woman
has fucking banter with Bjorn about how she shouldn't put her hands under her armpits to warm them up because they're walking up a dangerous steep slope. And then immediately after he said it, she trips, rolls down the mountain, and falls into a lake. And it's a fucking joke. But then they're like, oh, she could die because she's so cold now. And I'm like, I'm supposed to take this seriously after the scene that just happened? Are you kidding me?
Especially because there's like this comedic bit of Bjorn insisting it's not a mountain, it's a hill. And then somebody says, is this the hill you're willing to die on?
It's like,
It's like, guys.
Truly.
And Snorri is like, no, we have to make her walk up the mountain. We can't lose time. So they walk up, and then an actually funny scene happens, in my opinion, where Freya is like delirious, and she's like, no, please, everything hurts, everything is so warm. And then she's like, no, take my legs out of the fire. And Bjorn's like, that's literally just Bodil's armpits. She opens her eyes and she has this woman who has her feet in her armpits so they get warm. And then they go to sleep all cuddled up. So Bjorn is cuddled up all around her. Right next to them, the other people are also sleeping. They're not sleeping secluded in another space, right? Like half a meter next to them, Bodil, the female Jarl, is sleeping, and that is the moment they decide that this is when they want to fuck.
This is the time for hand jobs, man. This is the time for it. They need to warm her up. She's freezing. And then when she tries to jerk him off, he's like, no, I'm gonna make you come first.
It is so fucking stupid as well, because they throw... I genuinely thought I had misread something, that they were in a little secluded space somewhere else, and then I thought to myself, okay, yeah, I guess they're like a couple meters, maybe behind a tree or something, I don't know, until they're done with the deed, And then Bodil starts snoring, and then Freya is like, oh yeah, right, this woman is right next to me. What?
In my notes, I was like, damn, I guess we're doing public sex now. And I was genuinely surprised. Like, I was like, damn, they're really fucking here. That's crazy. Because Freya was like, if Snorri found out, we'd both be punished. And I was like, well, yeah, maybe don't do it then. If you're so...
And it's not even like another trope of semi-public. This is actually very public. It's not semi-public.
This is fully public.
Of fully public sex, right? Where you still have to be silent and it's like, ooh, don't make a sound, don't moan. They're constantly dirty talking through the whole thing, right?
She's about to scream moaning when she comes, where like, he like covers her mouth. But, like, it's not like that'll cover all the sound. People know. Everyone knows they be fucking.
I thought in that moment, and that was the moment where I thought, oh, because she tells him, she's like, oh, yeah, no, we never consummated. You can stick your dick inside. I thought there was a moment where she'd be struck by lightning. But no, all she gets is an orgasm. It's like, what?
It's insane. Also, neither of them have the opportunity to wash their hands before they have breakfast, so that's also cool.
She was in a dirty lake and didn't wash herself, so...
That's also true. And
Take from that what you will.
Also, what follows is also insanely stupid, where it's like, oh, actually, you have frostbite on your toes. And she's like, oh, every step hurts. But Snorri wants me to fight anyway. And so I'm going to prove that I'm capable by running to this tree and back again.
And the thing is, it only happens so that she, when running to the tree, can see that they murdered a guy who is, like, still breathing his last breath, saying, oh, yeah, that was a scout, and we had to kill him. Like, it ends up that it's not even to prove that she can run, like, from the reader's perspective, but so that she gets to be put to the tree line to see that, the scout saw them fucking, I swear. The scout knew. The scout
didn't see anything. He was, it's suspicious, and then he hears the moaning, and he's like, Snorri is here. Because Ylva is also there.
He was like, them first be moving, that's Snorri and Ylva. But yeah, it's so dumb. And then the battle starts, and then they try to get into the castle, and then you already said she stumbles, and then we see that Bodil is getting killed by the thunder, and then everything is horrible.
I almost said Shrek, but I meant Hulk. Then she has her Hulk moment where she becomes evil because she's so angry that...
She has her Shrek moment.
They're both green.
Berserk.
They're both green.
The guy, the Onceler is also green. Like...
What? No, he's human colored and wears green outfits.
Yeah.
The Grinch
which is green, in my opinion. Oh, sorry. Semantics. Coming at me.
She's hulking out, killing people left and right. She's in
a berserk rage.
Yeah. And, like, then, when she slightly calms down, Bjorn is there screaming at her, do you know how many times you could have died? I was keeping you safe. I was killing people who tried to get to you from behind. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I would expect of someone to be doing while someone else is fighting. Like, you're not special, Bjorn. Shut the fuck up.
I did think he was a bit stupid in that scene. I thought, I mean, sure, right? There can be a recklessness to fighting. There can be... There's a difference between I know someone is behind me, so I can go boop boop and they will go bop bop behind me, and just running into battle being fucking stupid. But I agree, I thought like, but Bjorn, that's her job.
Right? You're her bodyguard. What are you talking about? And then also, again, where he steals a kill from her just because she would have been shot from behind if she had actually done it herself. And it's just like, Dude, just let her kill people. Oh my god. What is the point of this?
Yeah,
It really was so pointless. And again, it felt like a moment where several times already in the story, it doesn't matter how good Freya is at fighting, Bjorn is always the one who has to save her. She is always in peril that he has to save her from. He always cleans up after her. This is so empowering. This is like real girl power, I tell you. I love when men have to, fix things for women because women are too stupid to do it themselves.
And this is not a, oh, well, she couldn't possibly be as strong or as skilled as he is because she didn't train as long. This has nothing to do with that. You could easily add in a scene where she shows us how, like, battle affine she is by now.
She could easily save him with her shield at least once or twice, but that's never really the case.
Well, she does with the Draugr fight, right?
Well,
isn't there a moment where she covers him?
But
that's when they fall off the cliff. Okay, I remember.
But also, when you're talking about the Draugr fight, she is the one who killed the Draug Jarl, but it was his plan all along. She's just slowly understanding what he planned for her to do, so it's not really her doing it either. So it's just very annoying. And then people are scared of her because she was too scary killing people in that fight. As if these people would be scared by that. They'd be like, yeah, fuck him up. This is impressive. This is...
Right. Like, I would understand for the people, because they don't kill everyone in that fortress, right? They make the others submit to them. That they look at her and go like, holy fucking shit, she is a fucking berserker. She's gonna, like, raise us all down if we don't behave. But, again, the people from her... Like, at least the warriors from her clan should be super fucking excited.
Right? Especially because during that very first attack on their own little village, she describes how Bjorn is brutally tearing people apart and killing left and right like a machine. So it's like, how is this different? Why would this be different? I don't get it.
No, I agree.
So it's just... It feels so out of nowhere with like, oh, you have the second godly parentage and it's evil and wants to kill all the time. And it's just like, okay, sure, man. I totally believe this. This was here from the beginning. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Well, and then while they are there, they talk about... Does the scene with the gear happen before or after they meet the mother?
Before
they meet the mother, right? Yeah. So she's completely knocked out from the fight. She's feeling shameful. She's feeling down, depressed. And then they're like, hey, girl, you have to get up. You have to get out there. Like, this is only going to get worse the more you feel sorry for yourself. So she's like, okay, fine. And she gets up. And then Bjorn comes in and tells her, by the way, your brother and your bestie are also here. They're wifed up now. Husbanded up, they're married, and she's like, married? Why didn't invite me to the wedding? Where it's like, when?
Girl.
Like,
there wasn't time. Even internally, she's like, yes, there wasn't time, but it still hurts that they didn't invite me. It's like, you weren't there to be invited.
Yeah.
You were in the dungeon fighting skeletons. Come on.
So that was something. And then comes this scene that you mentioned in the very beginning where it's like, so this is Wattpad behavior. This is One Direction wants to adopt you behavior. She has a talk with Gear, and they are completely unreceptive to her suffering and what she had done. And she's like, guys, this is bad that you're here now, because now Snorri can kill you even easier as soon as I misbehave. And they're like, oh my god, you're so ungrateful. Like, you should just shut the fuck up.
Snorri is a great man. If you talk badly about him, Vragi was probably not that bad a husband either. You probably were lying about him, you fucking whore. I hear you're a crazy bitch now. It's just like, sorry, but like, at the beginning, it was clearly described that she and Geir had like a strained but positive sibling relationship. So it's so weird that he's just so evil now. Like, it's obviously so we hate him. And Bjorn is right, that, and also that Bjorn gets to attack him, obviously. But it's also weird because right when she comes into the room, it's already like, Ingrid looked upset about me coming in, like had a negative expression, but maybe I just imagined. I was like, why would Ingrid think negatively of you? Unless she was an evil piece of shit who hates you secretly, whatever. Like, that's so strange. It is so weird how these people are portrayed as super antagonistic for no reason other than A, Bjorn gets to punch them, and B, Bjorn sounds reasonable to the reader when he says, hey, you should just let them die and not do what Snorri says, who gives a shit.
And it's like, there's no... We've already been having a little bit of beef with him as a reader. Gear, I mean, not Bjorn. Because of the things that happen. One thing that also happens is that... Ingrid brings, like, in the very beginning, Ingrid brings their dead father's sword, and Freya thinks, oh, this is my wedding gift, and Ingrid's like, this is the wedding gift you can give to Snorri, right? Because you have to gift each other swords. And she's like, oh, great. And then later on, they think about taking the sword with them, because she doesn't take it from Snorri, she takes it from the pile, because he has his own sword.
And Snorri doesn't know
and then
this,
she's
and
like,
so she keeps it.
And she's like, oh, I should give this to Gear, instead of taking it with me. But then there's this little voice in her head who's like, well, he gave it away just like that, so you can keep it. So there already is a little bit of, like, beef and drama between them. You don't need to exaggerate it to this ridiculous amount of...
Right? It's also, like, these characters should be aware and to some degree grateful that she had married Vragi, who she didn't like, in order to give them a better life. And in the beginning, in her interactions with Gear, it actually seems like he does to some degree understand and care for her. So it comes out of nowhere that he's such an asshole to her for no reason at all. She's like, oh my god, no, you can't be here. People who are around me get hurt. You should not be bringing people close to me. And his responses to that is, oh, because I heard, is it because you're a crazy bitch now or whatever? And then Bjorn gets to punch him real good. And that's great.
I feel like, that's not how you write. If you want to start out with a loving sibling relationship, which, as you said, is what one would assume between the two of them, because they do have, like, they joke and they hug.
They
and
shove each other playfully.
They have their little rapport. A person like that would not as easily be like, wait, what? You told me my sister went crazy and killed people? Your first reaction should be concern for your sister. It's not, also, what a crazy bitch.
Remember the beginning of the book where you were threatened with your life and she was like, no, I will fight to the death because I don't want anything to happen to him. And then she killed the guy who threatened to marry and basically rape the woman you love by killing him and getting the consequences herself for it. Why are you so antagonistic? Clearly she cares for you. And like he's like a huge piece of shit to her. But Ingrid is just like, she never says anything. She's just standing there. And it's also weird, like in the beginning, where Freya is about to get married and Ingrid comes up to her and Freya's like, oh, is this like a last minute rescue? And Ingrid is just like, I heard what you've done and I want you to know I'm like deeply, deeply thankful that you did it. Your sacrifice will not go to waste, basically. And Freya reacts to this as if, she doesn't even, like, she doesn't understand how I'm suffering. Like, she doesn't care that I'm suffering. I'm like, I don't think that that's what happened here. Like, it's immediately framed in the most bad faith way possible, where you go, I don't think that was what Ingrid said. And also, yes, the sword of your father, the last thing you have of him, but also, people don't have that much stuff. Like, it's just, he's trying to positively, like, give you a positive thing to give to your new husband so that he may look favorably upon you. Like, yeah, it's the last thing from your dad, but it's also the only thing you have that suits the occasion. Like, this isn't a slight. Like, this isn't done to upset you. It's the only thing you can do. But no, and then the book's like, no, these people were assholes the entire time. Don't you worry. Every mean thing everyone has ever thought about them is true. Yeah, they're just assholes.
That's why I felt like, that's why, word salad. I like that scene because you have these two, we have Ingrid being genuinely thankful. You have Freya being like, well, I guess she is. At the same time, I'm still a little angry that she's not even voicing once that she's like, she's thankful, thank you. She's not, however, being like, do you really want to do this? But she immediately is like, oh, thank you for doing this for me.
Yeah, but it's also like, it's not like she has a choice. Like, right? She knows Freya doesn't have a choice. So what would you say? Oh,
exactly. And I felt like it was a very natural. It was a very genuine interaction. You know you don't have a choice. You would still want the other person, right? And then it gets
It felt genuine until Bjorn was like, wow, yeah, you're just right for the sniveling piece of shit husband you're gonna have that is her brother. Which is like, okay.
Which is so...
This is not a natural scene after all. This is just to make her look bad for some reason.
Which is why I felt so annoyed by Bjorn in the beginning when all these things were happening. Because you would see these scenes of, oh, this is interesting. This can turn into something. This is an actual introspection of how you would feel in this moment. And then there's Bjorn.
Then there's Bjorn. Yeah, and the narrative always frames him as correct.
Favors
which is
him.
Extra annoying.
Yeah. Well, after this complete and total fallout, Freya gets it in her head that she needs to find out more about her goddess, Hlyn. And the one person that she could ask about this is her mother, because Freya doesn't really know anything about how everything went down back in the day. And there's no knowledge on Hlyn at all by people. So they go to Ylva, actually. And she tries to be like sneaky, I think, but Ylva is like, okay, no, listen, I know what you're trying to do. I'm in on it. I'm with you for these and these reasons. I think this is not a good path my husband is going down. I still believe in him being king and you being the shield maiden. We just have to do this in a smart way. So I'm going to cover for you going to your mother and talking to her. And then Bjorn and Freya go on a quest to find Freya's mother. They ride to the little village. They arrive there. And there's this burly dude. I was going through like 5 different emotions in there. Because the first one was like, oh, she's been pillaged. Oh, she has a new bow. Oh, no, he actually is a soldier from Snorri. Oh, but he seems to be a nice soldier. He gets bossed around by her mother. Oh, she looks good. She is like she has a new bow. It's just like going all over. With my thoughts when that happened.
And then it's just like, oh no, her mom is an asshole who is pro Snorri and who doesn't see anything wrong with what is happening.
Yeah.
Which is so weird because the only humanizing moment she gets is when she tells the story of how Freya came
to be,
a god baby. And there she seems to genuinely feel for how they've always prioritized her brother over her, and that it wasn't right, and that she does feel guilty for it, but she can't really, like, it doesn't feel like she can do anything about it now. Which I was like, oh, yeah, cool, we're getting some dimension. But then, immediately, death knell to the relationship because she mentions that she doesn't like Bjorn, and that she doesn't like Freya fucking Bjorn behind her actual husband's back, and that they should break it off. And that is what gives Freya the confidence and ability to stand up to her mom and be like, no, You cannot tell me what to do. I'm sick of caring about your life. You were on your own. I am not gonna break it off with this hot piece of ass. I'm going to keep him, and you cannot stop me.
The way it's done, even. So the mother explains to Freya that the way she, like, this all happened was that when Geir was born, he was a very sickly child, and I thought he was about to die. And they were praying to all the gods, and they were like, please, 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 someone help our boy, please. And then a beautiful stranger knocks on their door, a woman, very sultry, dark hair, light skin, and she's like, listen to me. I'm gonna, like, fuck you. We're gonna have sex now, and I'm gonna take care that your baby will be healthy, or something like that. I don't know. And they're like, okay, let's go, have sex. They have sex, they have a threesome. And they wake up, and the woman and their sickly child are gone. And the mother is freaking out. That,
it was so funny because it was, we were having sex while the labored breathing of our baby was in the background, and it was so fucking funny. It was so unserious.
It is the new, you know, the screams of the dying. Well, the laboring baby breath isn't there anymore because the baby is gone. They're freaking out. They're like, oh no, what should we do? We let this stranger into our house. She kidnapped our baby. When suddenly there's someone at the door again. They open the door, and there's this beautiful, tall woman with, you know, the same golden eyes and light, like, super blonde hair that Freya has. And she's, like, holding a little basket with a super healthy looking baby Geir in there. And the woman has a shield, and she, like, armored up. And she tells him, hey, you have been deceived. I apologize for that. That is very uncomfortable. I have here your healthy child. Everything is alright. But inside of you, the spawn of Satan. Now, if you will allow me, I will give you the opportunity to let me bless your child, so that she will not just be a person of, what did they say? Some convoluted word. That the child will not just be a bad bitch, but that she will also have some altruism in her. And they say, okay, yeah, sure. And that's how everything happened, and that's why Freya suddenly has these thoughts of, oh my god, you always loved Geir more than me, you always prioritized him over me. Where it's like, I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I didn't think that's normal. From that scene. No, not even that, but it's like, one of your children is sick. You're not even planning to have a new baby right now. Right. You have this person coming in who's like, we're having sex, and I'm gonna heal your child. I'm obviously a god.
It's so also like, it's not like you can say no to a god without consequences, so it's not even really about saving the kid. It's not like you can say no. Right? Like, there isn't a universe in which you can't say no.
And I mean, maybe they could have sort of known that if a god jumps into their bed, that they would conceive a child that day, right? Because that's, like, the thing that the gods do. But at the same time, the god didn't come in and say, hello, it's me.
I mean, even if you think that, why would you assume that God has sinister intentions?
Right? That's the next thing. The god is here to heal your fucking baby, right? And then, how is it again a bad thing for her to go, oh my god, what? Spawn of Satan? Yeah, sure, let me give my child a chance of, you know, a better life by accepting your gift, dear goddess of altruism and selflessness. At this point, the father hadn't heard the seer talk about the child maiden born on the blood moon. Listen, her mom was a dick, but from that story alone, I really didn't get why she's supposed to be evil. Like, I didn't.
Like, the thing is, right, that this, at the beginning, when we got how, like, oh, she sacrificed herself with this marriage that she didn't want but knew was necessary and all that, I was just like, oh, this is like a very ham-fisted, but the feminist angle of how women are expected to give and give and give, while sons are prioritized and have an easier time, but women's sacrifices are never acknowledged. But that's not even where it was going at all. It was like, hey, this is the story of why you have two wolves inside you. One of them's good and one of them's evil. What was that?
And then, like, also, I mean, listen, okay, the way the mom said it, fuck her, that was not very nice. But the mom going, hey, by the way, please remember they will slit our fucking throats if, you know, they find you canoodling with someone else. At least, like, don't do it in public. Best thing, don't do it at all. She gets so angry. Like, maybe it's because, you know, the whole Bjorn thing is so lusty anyways, but if you hadn't framed this whole conversation on the background of the gear fight that they have before, this would be a lot more sane conversation in the end. I feel like.
But the thing is also that, like, before that happens, at the beginning of the conversation, before her mom admits all that, it is still framed as like, oh, her mom's really profiting off this guy that Snorri sent over, and she doesn't get at all how she's in danger, and she's pro Snorri, and she thinks Freya is like, because she's like, no, you should just be obedient and do what you're told, as women are always expected to do. Which, like, yeah, I can see how that would be upsetting. But the fact that it's the Bjorn thing and not her talking about how Geir behaves towards her or anything like that, that sets her over the edge to be like, no, you know what? I'm done being responsible for you. If Snorri kills you, whatever. You could have run away by now. And it's like, okay, Freya, yes, she could have run away from her home and everything she possesses with nothing on her body except maybe a little bit of money. And what would she have done then? Died in the woods? Like, be realistic, right? What do you expect her to do, man? What do you mean?
She's an old woman, like.
So that was just stupid, and the fact that it's framed around Bjorn is even worse. They ride away. They see one of Harald's sails on a boat that's docking there, and they see Skadi, another goon of Harald's, and they're like, he must be after my mother. And the funniest bit happens, because Bjorn is like, she wouldn't kill an unarmed woman. Okay, but can you promise she wouldn't harm my mother? And he's like, well, I can't promise that, I guess. So they go back immediately. Character growth, 0, whatever. They arrive, see Skadi talking to the mom. The mom immediately tells Skadi whatever she wants to know. Because it's like, also, like, the book treats it as a betrayal, but, like, who wouldn't assume you went away to the place you know Snorri is and you work for Snorri? What?
Yeah.
That's not a secret. Why would she not tell that when her life feels like it's being threatened? And then she gets killed anyway.
Maybe it was the fact that she admitted that, like, Freya was there in the first place.
But still, if somebody comes asking like that, it feels like they already know anyway. So it's like, again, this doesn't feel like information someone ought to be willing to die to protect, so it feels very strange how it's framed. And then she gets killed, which is very funny, after Bjorn was like, she wouldn't kill her. It's like, Bjorn!
And the way she does is like so aura maxing. So funny. So Skadi is like the perfect hitman, basically. She has a bow, and none of her arrows will miss. Like, she can basically do this cool thing where she's like, you know, you will hit that person, and then the arrow will fly. So she walks away, and then suddenly she, like strings her bow and shoots the arrow and kills the mother, and then after the mother has fallen down, she's like, only a coward, or only a coward would betray their own child, and then she walks away with, like, there's no audience there, right? She's like, just she's just maxing it out for the benefit of us.
Right. No,
when that whole scene
are
happened,
some other goons because they turn up and they're like, no, we found hoof prints. These people did right away in that direction. And then
the goons,
to her 3 goons, she's like, only a coward would admit these things. And it's just like, girl, she didn't want to die. Being a coward doesn't mean you deserve to get murdered. What do you...
Especially because you know that your child is with the axe-wielding...
Right.
Like, super fire son. So, you would assume that she's gonna be fine. She has a shield, a magical shield. He has his axe.
It's such a weird scene, and then...
Yeah.
Freya is like, oh no, the last things I said to my mom were so mean, and now we're never going to reconcile. I'm like, girl, I thought this was a character growth moment where you step outside the shadow of your family and be like, you know what? No. They are the masters of their fate.
Reconcile.
Right? That was so... And it was just like, wow, yeah, Freya's really never gonna have any sort of development. She's just gonna be like this forever. That's great. I love that.
Yeah. Well, they ride back, and then the fortress gets attacked by Harald and his band, and that's why he's the goat. He's being very reasonable. He's like, hey, listen, well, the thing is, there's a bit of, like, misinformation going around how Bjorn's mother actually died. She died in a fire. Snorri says that, Harald came along, kidnapped Bjorn, killed the wife. Harald is like, I told you I did not kill your wife, brother. Like, we were friends. This is
he's like, bestie,
abhorrent.
I didn't do that. Why do you think that? I'm such a good guy.
I took in your son as, like my own son. And also as a means so you don't immediately kill me. But, like, that's my son, if I ever had one. And then, when he's in front of the castle, he again is like, listen, this is ridiculous. Just give us the shield maiden. We will not try to kill anyone. Let's just be calm. Let's just be chill. And they don't. So Freya's like, no, I will not. And then she makes a shield around the whole fortress. And then there's this thing of the villagers from the surrounding villages.
Harald has brought some meat shields with him.
Yeah.
He's doing war crimes.
They were trying to get into the fortress, but the shield is up. And then...
he has Tora throw lightning at it and it rebounds and hits these people. And
it's horrible.
And Freya's like, I can't stand this, so she jumps out and runs away. Yeah. Which no one expected. And Harald is like, Tora, follow her! Get her!
Yeah. Oh, we forgot the conclusion to one plot, actually. So... after the mom thing happens, Freya is like, oh my god, like, the only person who knew we'd be here is Ylva. It has to be her. She has to be the traitor. And Bjorn is like, no, girl, stop. That's not that. Like, what do you want to do?
No, he's like, she probably is, but my dad won't just believe us. We'd need proof.
Well, yeah, because Freya is like, I'm gonna kill that bitch. And Bjorn is like, no, we should not. Let's not do that immediately. Let's regroup. Let's strategize. And then she is like, okay, you're right. Can you get this other thing? And then he walks away for a couple of meters and she jumps onto her horse, jumps onto his horse, and then rides away, into the fortress, accuses Ylva, looks even more like a crazy bitch. Then Bjorn arrives and tries to be like, tries to navigate the situation. Snorri is starting to be like, Ylva, this sounds a lot like you actually are a spy, are a traitor. And then Harald arrives. So that's like what happens in between. But yeah, Harald besieges the fortress, and at some point she just can't take it. She realizes, oh my god, they're just here for me. So she jumps the palisade. Jumps into the moat that is full of stakes, scrambles out of that moat over the bodies of dead villagers, runs away, and here I didn't really get the distances.
Me
I thought she was running away a little bit further, but then the people easily spot her, so she couldn't have been running that far. Do they even still see the fortress? How are they following her? Harald should be there so fast because he's on a horse, right? I think he was on a horse.
Yeah, but he just
Bjorn
six Tora on her. He's just like, Bjorn, you deal with it.
Bjorn is there before any of them, tackling her in the river. Tora shooting lightning at them, and then they basically, like, Freya tries to get to the bank of the river, and Bjorn is like, nah, we're going under, and then they go off the waterfall into the river below, with Bjorn then suddenly revealing his grand plan to her, which is, now they think we are dead. We can go wherever the fuck we want. We can do what you had suggested at one time, which is just running away. We're doing that right now. So that's when they leave, which I thought was actually a fun... I was like, oh, we're doing this? This is so funny.
So I was like, wait, where are you going? I was like, you're supposed to unify Scotland. There's only 1 second book. What are you doing?
Well, she's making her own fate, God. And then they're running away to the aforementioned house, like, I don't know, vacation home. Well, yeah, like to the... But isn't there also a house attached? I thought it was not just the cave.
No, first they go into the house where Bjorn's mother died, but then they go into the cave, and I don't think the cave is directly next to the house, because the cave is supposed to be hard to find. It's like a place to hide from people when they come to the house. So I think the cave is supposed to be even more hidden.
Well, it is hidden. I just, in my brain, I was like, okay, there's the house, and then like 5 minutes walking away is the cave. So I was like, okay, whatever. They find the cave, which is basically just a luxury resort. There's different little hot springs in there, and that's when we have I counted 10 pages of relentless smut in this book.
The thing about it really that hit me was that, like, it's a cave. It's all stone. Even if there are little streams that wash over them and stuff, that still hurts on your back, right? Like, how much... It's stone.
It depends on how smooth the stone is, I guess. Is there biofilm on it? I don't know.
A while, I feel like that still hurts eventually. Like, if you think about how, like, this is a very hard surface.
How active they get.
Every time you bump into that, like, you can hurt yourself, and if you lie on it for a while, it starts hurting your joints and stuff. There's a reason people like soft, grounds to do it on. It's just... They had... I was really just like, what if you slam your head back a little too hard when you're coming, and then, like, it hurts? Like, that seems bad.
Doesn't she even, like, throw her head back and it hurts, and he puts his hand there or something? I feel like there was a moment where he maneuvers her around. What I thought was so obnoxious was that, so there's like all of these streams coming out, and it's warm and nice and comfortable, and she's lying there and the water is everywhere, and then she's like, okay, let's get it going, and he says, no, first, I want to get you wet. And I'm like, she already is. Like, I know what you're talking about, but
the best
she's lying
part
in a stream.
About that was then the sentence, and then he consumed me, which I don't think eating someone out should be described as such. I don't know. I feel like maybe use a different word.
It's certainly, and listen, I'm not a prude, but I don't want to say this on the internet, but the way his schlong is described in so many different ways and forms throughout this whole
huge,
sex scene.
Thick cock, you mean? It's the most annoying part is that it yo-yos back between being extremely purple prosy, where you're like, okay, can we stop the metaphors? But then also dropping cock in, like, 3 times in a paragraph. You're like, pick a lane.
What?
That's all I'm asking for. It's also, again, like, it says
it's her
cock
flower.
so many
it's
times.
It's her core.
But it's never, like, her genitalia is never given a specific word. It's always like, at the apex of my thighs, my core, it's, girl. Or like, he touches me, and just say he touches your clit. Oh my god, just say the words.
No. He be touching her innermost wall.
And also, it went on for forever. It really gets tiring. It's just like fight scenes. Don't draw it out like that. I don't, like, it gets boring. They don't even do anything crazy. Like, that's the thing. It's not like they were doing interesting, kinky shit. It's, they just have normal sex.
And the thing is, he gets her off. He does his thing, and you think, okay, now it's gone. No, they take a short break just laying in the water, and then they do it again. That is why it takes such a long time.
Yeah.
They
like, keep going.
There is no... They just keep going. And then the funniest thing ever happens. They lay down, they cuddle a little bit, and it's like, oh, and they talk about the future. And like this typical... thoughts you're having when you're like, oh my god, we're gonna run away. We're gonna start, having a little homestead with chicken and some fruit and a little field, and we're gonna enjoy ourselves, and we're gonna fucking create children, and these children are gonna have a great time, and we're just gonna have a cute little family. and then you're like getting ready to leave and going out of the cave, or at least Freya is walking out of the cave.
No, not quite.
And she doesn't get far.
Not yet, because at first she's like, you're packing the armor? But I thought we were leaving this life behind. Why are you taking this? He's like, well, we never know. She's, what do you plan, Bjorn? I said so much of what I want, but you never said what you want. He's like, listen, I just want to be with you, okay? It's not... I don't have big plans. And then she's like, I don't know if I believe that. Walks away, and Harald is like, yeah, Bjorn, what do you want? He's so funny.
Which is so funny, because right before she does ask him, she's like, what do you want? And he says, oh, I want to get old with you, and I want, to chase the boys away from our beautiful daughter, because she will be beautiful, because she will be yours.
Oh, that was
right?
so disgusting. And I'll have to chase boys with my burning axe when they try to marry our beautiful daughters. It's like, God.
And then she asks him again, because she has this small piece of doubt, because the voice in her head tells her to just kill him, right? And then the Harald thing happens, and he's just, you can see, he was waiting, he was positioning, he was like, how do I stand there?
He was waiting for the right moment. He was like, when's a good break in the conversation for me to say something?
And then the huge... climax happens, where we find out the many more climaxes, and then we find out that Bjorn was actually the fucking traitor. Oh my goodness. And then she has a very valid crash out, right? Because she is not sure as to which extent. Because Harald is so fucking chill. He's like, oh,
he's just
Bjorn, Bjorn, I thought you talked to her about this. You didn't? You did all that and you didn't talk?
It feels like he cold read the room, and he's like, Bjorn, I thought you talked about... You didn't? No, girl, I told you to do it.
I raised you better. And she's like, what do you mean you raised him better? And it's like, this is like a son to me.
There's the dramatic moment where she turns to Bjorn and is like, what are you, a Skylander or a Nordlander? He's like, a Nordlander. And she's like, how could you do that?
Oh my god. And then Harald says something annoying again, and Bjorn turns around and is like, father! And she's, this is so funny. We'll explain in a second. He's like, so that's not your father. And he's like, he's more a father to me than Snorri. I hate him.
Yeah, he's like, I hate Snorri. And she's like, what? But Snorri's your father. You don't mean that. And he's like, no, I do.
And then this resulted in us going, like, I thought, okay, this is just like, Snorri is not like a father to me. This is my father. This is why I'm calling him father. You were like, oh, I wonder when Harald had the time to fuck Bjorn's
No,
mother.
frankly, I'm not sure. Like, I was almost done. I was like, oh, I'm so glad we're almost done. This is the home stretch. I was not reading super attentively. I will totally admit that. But I was also like, this feels like a plot twist that would happen in a book like this, where it's like, we thought he was Snorri's son, but actually he wasn't all this time. He was actually Harald's, because Harald's also like, yeah, he's my heir. I'm going to give him everything when I die. I always give him everything. He's my baby boy. And I was like, okay. That's crazy. And I was like, oh, is that why the blood oath never came into play? Because he's not Snorri's son? I don't understand exactly what's going on here, but I also don't care, so I didn't really think about it.
But it's just, me being finally also done with the book. I mean, we finished on the same day, you in the morning and I in the evening. And you going, I just wonder when Harald was having time to fuck his wife. And I was like, what do you mean? But it's a dramatic moment. Bjorn suddenly pulls out the petulant child Bjorn, and then Harald reveals that it was Bjorn's mission in all of this to convince Freya to see Harald's vision and then have her go to the Norderlands with him, like, out of her own free will, and then Bjorn kind of fucked that up because he never came out with that plan, and then Bjorn is like, yeah, I wasn't even planning on doing that in the end. I wanted to run away with her, have pretty babies, and become a farmer or something. And then Harald is like, Bjorn, a bit of please,
be real.
He's like, yeah.
He's like, Bjorn, be so serious. You don't know how to farm. You hate work. And then he's like, okay, my goon sees her, and then she's like, no, I'm gonna invoke my powers again.
She runs away, and then she runs into... Who does she run into?
No, that happens after. She invokes her powers first to, like...
Yeah.
Incapacitate everyone, and then she runs away, yeah.
She uses... And not her shield powers, she uses her hail powers. So she's like, hail, I curse you, blah, blah. And then
the roots of trees grab people is what has happened so far.
And she does notice that they kill the normal goons, but they do not kill any of the unfated people. And Harald, where she's like, why is Harald
They don't even touch Harald, and it's like,
yeah,
what's so special about him? And it's like, it's because he has aura, Freya. It's because he is the shit. Come on, like, he's the best guy. We know this.
He has the maximum riz,
Yeah, he's the Rizzler. Come on.
And she runs away, and then she runs, like, she doesn't get very far, and she runs into Steinun. And she's like, oh my god, Steinun, listen, like, oh my god, this happened.
Bjorn's a bad guy. And she's like, yeah, I know, and then knocks her out. It's really funny.
Yeah.
And
Freya's just like,
and then Freya wakes up on a ship, and she's like in chains, because Harald's like, listen, she doesn't like us, we're not gonna risk her hurting us, but we're not hurting her either. And Bjorn's like, no, we probably shouldn't do that. And she's like, I hate you, Bjorn, I'm gonna kill you. And Harald's like, yeah, see, this happens when you communicate badly. I told you, it's better if she's in chains. Somehow she wiggles out of her chains, jumps overboard, tries to swim to shore, immediately gets caught by Bjorn again and dragged back to the ship, which makes you ask, what is this scene for? We already had her run away and be immediately captured. Yeah. Why are we doing this again, but this time in the wet version? What's the point? But yeah, that's how it ends, with Bjorn being like, yeah, we're going to Norderland, and you're gonna meet my mom. Cool.
I was to say, by the way, my mom is still alive. That's the end. That's the end of the book.
I just... Yeah.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun ride. I actually was happy about the ending, because I was like, oh, what's the ending gonna be? And I thought it was an actually surprise, like, in the sense of... we're doing this surprising outcome that I enjoyed. I thought slay, you know. Harald is here to save the day. It's all fine.
I love you went immediately when he was at Fjalltinder and was introduced. You were like, he's too hot to just be a bad guy. Clearly, there's more to him.
This is so when he gets. Listen, when he gets. Oh no, I wrote this quote down. I think in my notes.
You were like, I need to say this.
When he gets introduced, right, Freya goes, if not for my instinctual distaste for him, I'd thought him more than passingly attractive with his high cheekbones and golden brown hair.
I would love someone to say this about me. More than passingly attractive. Incredible, Freya. What a compliment.
But I read this and I thought, yeah, you know, with the track record we have, Harald is hot but in an elegant way, so he cannot be an evil bitch. He will. And then also that suspicion got more confirmed when we have the scene with the mother with Scotty, and I thought this felt so much like we're seeing how badass this new inner circle that we're going to meet in the second book is. So I was like, oh yeah, she is also not a baddie. She's a baddie, you know. She's important in the next one.
No, I can imagine.
Oh man. I think we covered most of the things I wrote down, but there's like something that I called other stuff that is all over the book.
Yeah.
I still feel like we could address.
Yeah.
One is my favorite quote out of the whole book. I mean, in the book, it is also then framed as Freya, you're so fucking dumb and have no way with words. But during an argument, she's like, and before you start arguing, allow me to remind you that I don't give a shit about what you think, when what you think is complete shit. And I read that sentence like 3 different times, because like, what's going on here? But immediately afterwards, Bjorn is also like, you should write poetry, you know, I think you'd be great at that. What a sentence is that? Like,
yeah, no, there's just...
That's so bad.
There's so many things about the writing that annoyed me. Like, the first thing is that it can't decide whether it wants to feel historical or feel modern. We have, especially at the beginning, the conversations, no one is using contraction, it's going for old-timey vibes, but then people are using modern slang. There's... Part of it is weirdly stilted, then the rest is very casual. It's just all over the place. And it's like, pick a lane. Any of these would be fine. Just pick one. It's so annoying. Just pick one. So
I felt like whenever it was supposed to be epic, then it turned into the more like old-timey like vocabulary. But if they were just talking casual, then
yeah.
It's just...
The thing that I also struggled with, the descriptions were awful. The descriptions of locations were horrendous. We start out with her in her house, gutting fish. I have no idea what the layout of that house is, because next to that house is like a walkway, but then there's the beach and the water, but there's like bushes between the walkway and the beach and the water, so she throws the fish and it hits Bjorn, but she didn't see Bjorn. It's the geometry there. I was totally lost. I was like, what the fuck does this mean? And you were like, oh, I just imagined the house from Vikings. And I was like, well, I only watched one episode of that and remember barely anything of that, so that doesn't help me. Like,
I remember I wrote to you that I was like, listen, she shouldn't even bother describing anything, because due to the lack of her descriptions, I'm immediately defaulting to Vikings, the show, or more prevalently, the Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. Like, everybody, I was like, you don't need to describe people, I'm just gonna imagine the default Nord that you pick at the start of the game. You know, so it's like...
Yeah.
It's just for me.
the thing that also drove me crazy was like the description of the villages and the houses. When we first see the big hall, it's like, it was like a house, but huge. And it's like, that's what we're saying? It was like a big house? Okay.
Yeah,
but then the interior description, there was one sentence that I marked before I stopped marking stuff because there was so much bad stuff. Before them were tables, flanking a stone hearth at least 12 feet long. I know it's implying that there's a stone hearth and on 2 sides of it are long tables, but does this not sound like there are long tables and between them is an equally long hearth? Does the...
Yes.
Doesn't feel... Like, what do you mean?
It's also, again, this is at least 12. Okay, so is it 13? Is it 25? Right? Like, how many feet is that?
Perhaps the size of a bathtub? What do you mean?
Exactly.
There were so many of these.
Yeah. The way that she struggles to describe the surroundings of everything also just sometimes confuses you. The Fjaltinder mountain is, like, there was some mythology about it with a hammer, and she was it looks like
a hammer. Yeah.
It was the shape of a hammer, and I'm like, okay, I'm thinking of a hammer. What kind of hammer? This is, like, the hammer-shaped cock of the Third Prince all over again from...
No, I think it just means the head of a hammer, because it was like, 3 sides are vertical and 1 is a slope. Imagine when you have,
what kind of... I'm so lost. Do you mean like a normal hammer you used to hammer in?
Yes.
Like...
Yes, I mean a normal hammer that has like...
So without the stock?
Yes, without the hilt of it. Just the top bit of it. That's what I imagined at the end, because I was like, what do you mean? I was also struggling.
In my mind, I was like, which hammer are we talking about? Are we talking about a war hammer? Because they have like a pointy end on one side, right? They have the normal hammer and then the pointy end and the pointy end on top. Are we thinking the stock? Are we thinking like a hammer back in the day where it was just literally one big thing and a stock? I was sitting there. I was so confused.
The description of it being the shape of a hammer was way more confusing than 3 sides are sheer cliffs and 1 is a slope. That would have been way more helpful. Like, the hammer comparison killed me. I was also sitting there like, hammer? What kind of hammer? What? Hello?
Like, it would have been so much easier to say it was this gigantic, like, platform in the middle of the landscape and there was only one sloped side, everything else was cliffs. Fine. Why are you coming at me with a hammer?
Yeah, no.
Distraught.
But it also... And, like, every other surrounding, I was also like, what? In the scene of the first attack, she's, like, navigating the roofs, and I was just like, what? I have no idea where anything is at any point in this scene.
Yeah.
I am so confused, but I don't care and you don't care, so we can just move on. I'm not even trying to imagine any of this.
I also, at some point, she also had, like, objects in themselves. She always calls the boats Drakkar.
Yes.
So it's like, I don't know what a Drakkar is supposed to look like. You have to at least describe it to me once.
Once, right.
Is it just a boat with like one mast and sails? Is it a boat that has a little cabin? Is this like the boat I remember from Vicky the Vikinger, where it's just like literal just paddles and seats?
Thing about that is that I looked it up because I was also like, that seems weird. Yeah. Because I mean, I only really looked it up because I was already looking up world building stuff about like Viking culture and stuff, because over time I have cursorily like read some stuff and I was like, do I remember this correctly? Is this even correct? Let's fact check before I look like an idiot. Yeah. And I also came across the mention of like different types of boats, but none of them were Drakkar. So then I googled that. And the first answer that had it in the name at the top of the search results was from some like Viking themed blog, which clearly was like pop history, pop culture stuff, where I was like, okay. And then it also linked to a Wikipedia article, which didn't mention the word Drakkar at all, but was about the boats, but they are usually not called that. They're usually called a drekkaskip or something similar because they look like a dragon. Because they're meant, the front is supposed to be
ones that are like,
with the face, and it's carved with the face even, and then you have the tail at the end. They're very sleek and slim, and the sail, the one sail, is like the wings of the dragon, and that's why they have that name.
Yeah.
But the term Drakkar is basically only used, from what I could see, by unserious role-playing weirdos who are like, oh, Vikings were so cool, just look at Viking stuff, right? So I was like, you didn't even do proper, like, I googled this once.
Yeah.
I googled it once and read, like, a Wikipedia article for, like, 10 minutes, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm glad we cleared that up, Chief. So that's not...
thank you for explaining it. Because in my head, that was like the standard Viking boat that I had in my head, because they look really cute, and they're in all the Viking media that people consume.
And that also makes sense for like a ship you use for raiding, because you mostly just need to fit the people and some loot. There are other ships that are wide, that are for like trade and stuff. And you can tell by the shape of the boat what it's for, because you wouldn't want to move a giant ship that can fit a lot of stuff for raiding. But when you transport your goods and stuff, obviously that's useful. So that was one thing that I looked up and was like, wow, that's, okay, that's just not a term any researcher uses.
And the thing is, considering that her previous book, The Bridge Kingdom, had boats as an integral part, and the boats were always described. There were different kinds of boats that they used, right? And now we get to this, and it's just a Drakkar, and I'm supposed to immediately
know what it.
Like, you don't even have to baby feed it. It could be like, oh, our Drakkar are like on the beach, whatever. The little dragon figurines, faces, whatever. You know, whipping in the sun, blah blah, something. But
you can at least tell us that they're like sleek, fast boats compared to other, but whatever, something, just something. And
she does this all the time in the book.
There is so much world building stuff that pissed me off while I was reading, and then when I was reading up on some of it, I got even more annoyed because I was like, I didn't even spend a lot of time. I just looked at it for like 10 minutes each, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
None of this is correct. I know.
Lay it on me.
I sound like a hater when I complain like this. But I only am this mad about it because I care. I think mythology is interesting. I think it is interesting to read about, and it upsets me so much that someone would take the idea of something that is so interesting and use the most boringest version of it that's not even, like, if you start reading about it, you're like, oh, there's so many interesting aspects to it that you could easily integrate a story to make it feel less generic fantasy setting. And this was a real, like, not the mythology part, but, like, Vikings were real. We know things about Vikings from, well, not as much as we'd like to, but we know things about them. It's actually kind of crazy, but because Vikings and that area of the world were just not a very literate culture, we have basically no written accounts of any Norse mythology at all. Most of what we know comes from 2 pieces of text written by a man in the 13th century, whose name was Snorri, by the way.
No!
Yes. That's why when I started reading, I was like, dude, are you shitting me? But we have the Poetic Edda, which is a collection of older poems, supposedly a collection. We know how this shit goes. We know that the Brothers Grimm collected German fairy tales, but we also know they quite heavily edited them in a way that made them more gory and misogynist, because they were misogynists. So it's like, we don't know the original versions, but an important part is also that Norse mythology was the mythology of a culture that was unchristian. but everything that we have from the 13th century, like Christianization of the region happened between the 9th and the 11th, 12th century. These were already heavily Christianized areas, and we basically have very little of the myths that are pre-Christian that we can interpret as, oh, these are from these people without the influence of people who thought what they believed in was bad and tried to suppress it. So it's already difficult, but at least look at all the Viking stuff that we do actually know from contemporary accounts that were written down from people who interacted with them. We know things. Like, we know things. For example, we know that unlike their Christian later, counterparts, Vikings were comparatively less sexist than them in actually their culture. Women had a lot of rights that Christian women didn't have. They could own property, they could divorce and marry at their own will, they could leave a marriage if they didn't like it, they could own businesses and operate them. They often were responsible in a household for all the finances and trade, because often men were simply away, so that was a woman's job. But also, if a man who was the head of a family died, his wife would take that place until she married again. Women were often in positions of leadership and were allowed those positions, and it was not weird. So there's just so much where you're like, why would you leave this on the table when it's so easy to find? And you are already trying to write a story in which women can be fighters and in which women play important roles. Why is Freya's mom not the head of the family? Why does that fall to her? But just look into it at least a little bit. Yeah. Just for 1 second. Because then you'd also know that it's not called rune magic, it's called Seder. It's not... The gods are very different from how she portrays them. It's like, Odin is not all-seeing, he is not the Christian god. Yes, he traded away one of his eyes for wisdom and insight, and he is also a seer, but he often has to go to witches and other seers to get some prophecies about the future, because he actually doesn't know all that much. It's like... It's so upsetting.
He's the all-father, not the all-knowing father. You know, there's a difference.
He is the all-father, and he is the king of the Aesir. However, that doesn't actually mean that most places worshipped him first and foremost. In fact, many worshipped other gods first and foremost, because war and conquest, which he stands for, is just second in life to farming. Because you have to survive. So gods like Thor, who controls the weather, or Frigg, who controls fertility, are actually more important in many places. And these are not all the same. But the most upsetting thing about it is, like, the hail thing. Because it's just wrong on every level. There's this very stupid idea that crops up in a lot of modern portrayals of pre-Christian religions, in that their underworlds easily get translated into, oh, this is just like hell. And this happens more with Hale, because the names are similar. But Hale is not a underworld in the way hell is. It's dark, it's dreary, it's depressing, it's where all the people who die of sickness and old age go. It's just the catch-all place that you go when you're not special. And Hale rules it, but she's not really an active god in the sense that she ever interacts with humans. She's busy, she has her realm to deal with, and she doesn't really interact with anyone else. But it's also, she's not angry or egoistic or interested in killing. She doesn't give a shit. When people come to her to appeal for her to give Baldur back after he was killed, she's like, okay, I'll give you a fair bargain. If you can fulfill my conditions, you can have him back. They fail to fulfill the conditions, so she keeps him. There's no animosity. There's nothing like that there. And she's certainly not associated with red or fire or any of that stuff. And she's also not beautiful. She is consistently portrayed as half human colored and half either blue or black, because half of her is basically dead. It's like, there's...
I see.
She just does not fit into this mythos at all. So when that was the twist reveal, I was like, you cannot be doing this.
Yeah.
You cannot be doing this, Danielle. Go back to writing about things that have no basis in reality, or at least read up on it. Where, again, I'm like, this could have totally made sense if it had been Loki, because the Loki of the actual Norse mythology is like a trickster, but he's also selfish and he gets irrationally angry. And like, sometimes he's on the god side when they, trick someone else to their own benefit, and sometimes he's on the other side, and at the end, after they bind him and make him experience acid torture for forever until the end of the world, he's on the other side of Ragnarok, which makes sense. I would also be mad if people bound me with the entrails of one of my sons. I would kind of also not be happy about that. So, like, that would make sense.
Not fun, yeah.
So, and because he's named, I was like, okay, this would make sense. But, of course it doesn't. Because Danielle's association with this is whatever she has learned from Marvel movies and not anything that you can find out on a cursory Google search. And it's so frustrating to me. It could just... I didn't go in expecting it to be good, but it still offends me, because it's not like, this is hard work. Like, I'm not even, I'm not saying, oh, you have to write romances differently, because clearly that's what she's into, and that's what her fans are into. But, like, would it have taken so much long? It wouldn't have changed anything about the plot. It would have just made it less shit and less boring in the parts where you're like, I don't know, I guess the Jarl just lives in the big hall that's in the middle of the village. And it's like, no, these are ceremonial places and places where politics and trade happen. They don't live there. They live in a different house. Why would you assume that they live there? That's crazy. Like, it's just...
No, I get it.
I get so annoyed with these things.
Yeah. We talked about this because, again, in text, you guys didn't know. But we talked about this previously, where you were like, oh, I didn't expect any better. And I said, well, we didn't know how Danielle would, what you just said, would handle a situation where she can actually base something on what we perceive as reality, aka the things that we know through the Edda.
Yeah.
Is that what she said? Because the British Kingdom was completely made up, right? Completely made up. It was based on some aesthetics of Pirates of the Caribbean, whatever. But we didn't have any experience before in how she would handle this, so I didn't go into this thinking it would be ass. And now it's just sad to find another author not taking the minimum effort it takes to put that little bit of research in there. I personally don't have, like, for me it's not a carnal sin, a capital sin. Carnal sin is something different. A capital sin to...
Carnal sin is what happens in this book.
to hear about something and wanting to base, like, vibey stuff in there. But I feel like if you do just want the vibes of something, and you just want the feel, because you want people to associate this in their head and then run with that, taking direct words and like names out of that real thing and just slapping them on another thing, like the gods' names, like the little words she throws in there, like the draka and stuff. Yeah. I feel that just muddles it up. Either you have to commit to having this baseline that you yourself choose, or you go and make your own little thing that, by association, and because we are pattern recognition animals, we will still get.
Right.
So it's like...
I think there is totally room for just taking the vibes. Just make up your own god names. They can even sound very much like the real ones, and we can obviously see which one they're supposed to be. But they don't need to be the real ones, especially because the main conceit of the book doesn't jive with reality, because the idea of shield maidens is extremely anachronistic and was invented long after the civilization existed. Like, we have graves and stuff that we found of women who were obviously warriors and like participated in raids and all that, but they weren't like a special class of people. There are no mythical shield maiden. This didn't exist. This wasn't like, just, if you're going to take this fantasy approach, make it more fantasy. Like, why? I think the main problem is, why even use this at all if you're not going to actually use it? Just don't bother, right? Like, why set your story in France if you're just gonna bastardize anything that happens in it and it has no relation to the... Like, when you place Paris at, the southern shore of the, like, near the Mediterranean, when you, like, you can do whatever you want, but, like, what is the point? It's not illegal yet, but...
Due to my lack of knowledge in the gods, I actually thought when she was talking about Tyr, I don't know, that this was her own fantasy version of Thor. I was like, oh, okay, we are fantasy making names, until I think a page later, or was the page? She mentions Odin. I'm like, oh.
Oops.
Oh. And then I realized, oh, these are not fantasy names. These are actual god names. But that's what I thought going into it, right? That this was, because it's, you can so easily just, like, take Game of Thrones, for example. The people in the north, the Starks, you have an immediate vision of who you think these people are simply by association with other things you already know about the fur, like, wearing gruff people that live in the northern region of the places, right?
They're not the old like,
you don't immediately get Vikings in your head, but just by association you have a picture in your head of what you think these people look like and what they behave like. You can have all of that without almost disrespecting, like, it's not outright disrespect, right? But without disrespecting the craft to this extent.
It's
where it's like
I'm not offended on behalf of, like, the religion that no one authentically practices and, like, some, like, people, like, pagans or whatever believe in. Now, that's not the point. The point to me is that, like, research doesn't damage your writing, it enhances it. The act of reading about real world stuff will give you so many ideas, so much more dimension and weight to the things you're writing. Because currently, most of what happens in this story is so weightless. It has nothing. There's no gravity. There's no texture to it. It's all just bland, one-soup fantasy with a Viking, sheen on top of it. But
twist on it,
there isn't the texture. And, like, I mean, from the reviews of the second book, this is apparently what romantasy readers want. They don't want, like, some of them were like, well, I don't think I can relate to characters who care so much about getting into Valhalla, I think you should fight for other reasons. And, like, I mean, not that the book gets that right either. Not all who die in battle go to Valhalla. Most don't. A lot of them also go to, actually Freya's Hall and have a good time there. The people who go to Valhalla are just people who are then conscripts in the next war. that Odin fights at Ragnarok. Like, I don't know, I
Yeah.
wouldn't like that, but it's fine if the characters believe it. But clearly, the audience doesn't even want more texture to this. They just want the outfits,
Yeah.
they want the braids, and they want the... I don't know, like the sexy girl.
Dwarfs.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't want this. They don't want better. They don't want texture. And that's, like, I know this genre isn't for me, right? I care about fantasy for other reasons.
Yes.
I'm not here for... I'm not even gonna say I wouldn't read a romance-heavy fantasy story, because I totally would, and I have enjoyed some. Like, it's not like you... But this is not the kind of romance I care for. I don't think yearning is interesting when it's just wanting to bone desperately because you've just never had an orgasm before. It doesn't interest me. And I understand that the parts I care about were not the focus of Danielle or the audience that it's intended for. But it's still disappointing. It's like, it doesn't, just because it's not the focus doesn't mean it has to be this shit. It could be a little better. You know, just a little bit of effort. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Because I think people forget it takes a lot of time to write a book, even a bad book. The time it takes to just look these things up cursory, just read a little bit on the Wikipedia page for each of the gods, read a little bit on the Wikipedia page for Viking culture, whatever. And you can have so many better ideas, so much more interesting, tasty stuff, so much more stupid words to use in that sound fantasy-ish to your readers who don't know about it. Just make an effort.
It reminds me a little bit of in Fourth Wing, where there was like this very weird fact that the dragons all had Gaelic names. Mm-hmm. Was it? I think it was Gaelic, where it's like there's no why.
Yeah.
She just thought it sounded fun and then inserted that in there without any actual cultural significant impact on why she would do that. She herself also isn't Irish, I think. She was just like, oh yeah, sure, that sounds fun. And I guess that's okay for some, but it does cheapen the whole story a little bit.
Yeah.
It's fun if you go into it wanting a silly story, a silly, fun, dumb story. That's why I said if that's something for you, I enjoyed it in that sense. But there's this fun thing called critical reading, where you are allowed to enjoy a dumb, silly book, but at the same time you should be like, let's think about what I just read.
Yeah.
You know? I know turning off brains is fun, and I love doing it. But it's especially for stuff like this, even if you're uninformed. Listen, I'm Marvel educated on the Norse mythology. I know a little bit more, but not as much as you did. And still I noticed that something was off.
Yeah.
You know, at some point I'm like, this doesn't feel right. And it's sad because the few examples I do have of fantasy Vikings, like Skyrim, for example, let's take that. Okay, I mean, the Elder Scrolls itself has a huge lore, right? That just gets expanded all over. But you can do magical Vikings with your own lore. That's possible. It's fun. You can do it. It's not impossible. And definitely not.
Like, I have read other fantasy books. Now, they weren't romantasy. They didn't have a strong... Did they even have any romantic subtle? But were... people wrote about things that were clearly inspired by ancient Greece, but they made up their own gods so they could be tailored to the story they were telling, and it made the universe feel so much more alive and interesting and compelling. And I think, like, listen, I'm glad people are having fun, I guess. I can't really engage with a story without thinking about it. Like, I enjoy thinking about things. Like, that's a thing I like doing, even if the conclusions I come to are, oh, I don't like this. This is not good. Like, and that's, you know, I can't relate to the idea of enjoying things, like, entirely ironically or just because, you know, I don't think about them. But, man, it's so difficult not... I can't relate to the people who genuinely think this is good, which are out there.
Yeah.
Which, again, I wonder just, what are the standards here? What mindset are they going into this with? And do they actually care about the story, or do they just like two conventionally attractive people fucking in a themed background? Right? Like, I want to understand, but I can't.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's why I like going into also like the romantasy and the book talk spaces, and I love going into the Reddit is more based. Reddit is more, I'd say, chill and average in book regards. Like there are subreddits on romantasy and stuff, but still the people there are usually of like my caliber, where they're like, oh, I can enjoy this, I can rave about it, I can laugh, I can cry, but I can acknowledge that this is not winning any.
I still, when you sent me like, yeah, sometimes, I have a silly book and sometimes I cry, and I was like, you did not cry at this. Please tell me you didn't cry at this book. And you're like, no, not this.
No, sometimes a silly book grabs me by the balls and is like, you will cry. And I'm like, okay, actually. But
it's when they kill a horse.
I did not cry. Yes. Or a dog, that happens.
That's also awful.
No, but it did not happen for this one. But yeah, I think we had this discussion a couple times here already on this podcast, where we were like, you can have the same level of enjoyment and fun with just qualitatively better fiction.
Yeah.
It doesn't, you can get this made me ride the trash wave. It was fun. I was enjoying myself. But at the same time, if you are not reading these kind of books to ride a trashy wave, but to enjoy a certain genre of romantasy, I feel like there's better options out there.
Mm.
It's you don't have to go with this. Now you say you did the market research and saw that people wanted even less than this. So, I don't know.
I was blown away. I was like, damn, that's because they were like, wow, I don't like actual Vikings. I think I just prefer like a Viking aesthetic. So this was not for me. And genuinely, I was like, what less Viking could there be in a Viking story than this?
I don't think, I don't think they mean even a Viking. I think they're like rugged warriors. It's not even Viking. They just don't, there's just not, like, you have to use a lot of words to be like, I like the men and braids and long hair and bulging muscles and being a little bit more gruff and with beards, but it's pine woods and not the normal woods, and it's boats and raiding. It's a bit long instead of just saying, I'd like the Vikings to be less Viking. You know what I mean?
I was about to say, they like the Pinterest images, they don't actually like the story.
Yeah. Yes. Or they don't like
that makes sense.
They don't much care for the culture behind it.
Yeah.
You can take.
They want a story with modern sensibilities, but the vibes of like a historical setting.
I mean, that is something that is also done a lot with anything that's east of Western Europe, right? Where it's like, we want the aesthetic, but as soon as the media meaningfully engages with the basis of the quote unquote aesthetic culture that they're picking from, some people are like, "Ooh, this is too exotic for me." And it's like, well, sometimes you can't just get the aesthetic. You have to meaningfully engage with something for it to make sense, because culture is based in, guess what? The way the humans act in that culture, and you can't just pick what you want, basically.
Yeah, I think this is also where the major disconnect for me happens, because I'm like, but it's so interesting to see other cultures and how they interact. Why would you want less of that? But of course, these people aren't there for world building or anything. They're there for the hot straight sex that's extremely vanilla somehow. Yeah.
So, This is not in this book. It's Viking specific, but in general, it's
No, I know. I would say I understand what you mean. Yeah.
In like the white writing world, it is any culture that's not white. So it's like
honestly
anything that isn't.
I would also say it's especially because the fantasy market, especially online in English, is so US focused. I would say there was even exoticization of like even Western Europe happening sometimes where you go, what
Germany,
the fuck are you talking about? You read them talk about Italy and you go, I don't think that's true, man.
Oh, bro, that's not the Italy I've seen. It's like
there's just sometimes it even happens to countries where you're like, I don't see this happen to you usually. That's crazy.
There was, I feel like, a surge in fantasy that like got sparked from the Witcher books, where it's like, oh, we need to be extremely Slavic, and they would just take everything that's east of Germany, and like that from Germany to like mid Russia. We don't want to go further because then the people turn into
then it becomes Asian
exaggeration. Exactly, then they turn into Asians, right? So they're taking all of these countries in that corner, and we can't go too far south, right? We can't also do, and then they're like, just you the SSR Slavic, and then there was like fantasy born out of that, where I thought, are you guys insane? You really think all of these countries are the same? This is. Please,
like,
it was so funny. It truly is
just like, baby girl, stop.
Wait,
time out. Yeah, no, it's like
so, and I quote unquote blame The Witcher for that, because I feel like that was a one of those things that sparked a lot of fantasy, where it was like, you guys also didn't research shit in that one, in that corner. But yeah, you are right with the. It's like these Americans in the wild situations where people assume because you speak English you are from, especially if it's just written, right, where that's the point of origin. So that's like the centroid that we all kind of
and
move around and about.
But
but no, that's. I have one more thing on my notes actually, in the other stuff section. That is, so after we've just said everything to you guys, right? And then Freya, she's struggling with herself. And then Bjorn is like, no, Freya, you're not a monster, but a beautiful and brave woman who rescues fish and walks through fire to protect others.
The fish thing. Oh my God. They kept bringing it up too, and I was like, Danielle, did you think this was a good meet cute? Did you think this was good? This was fun?
Listen, it can be a really fun meet cute if you don't immediately make it horny. Like, it's hilarious, the thought of throwing fish back into the sea, hitting a guy in the head with the fish, and then having a discussion because it's such an insanely weird situation. Be like, I'm throwing fish. Why are you here? Why would you be hit by a fish? It doesn't make sense. But because I immediately turned it horny, it was not good. But that quote broke me. I read the book, and it was like, who rescues fish? Like, now is not the time.
Yeah. I also have one last point that was more of like a fun Easter egg for me. This is like not a piece of critique or anything, but I did think it was funny. Because after she gets her scar, right? And they look at her and go like, wow, your hand's really ugly now. She's being prepped for her wedding. And they give her gloves to cover her hand so she looks perfect. Right. And I was just sitting there like, it's giving ACOTAR. Why is this giving ACOTAR? What are we doing?
In my head, because I associate like Vikings with the cold, I was like, are they giving her mittens?
Oh, that would be so good. Oh, that would be incredible. I was like,
the satin gloves feel weird, but because again, I don't know what kind of gloves the Vikings wore. I thought of the mittens.
Yeah, no, it was that's a really funny But I just her about to go out in her nice new wedding dress and then being like, no, it has to be perfect. Put on these gloves. I was like, what? What's this Akatar reference doing in my Viking book?
Hello, Freya, darling.
God.
Imagine King Harald coming. Hello, Freya, darling.
Yeah, starting to crack ship. You know, Freya, it's not enough that you are married to his actual father. I think you should also fuck his adoptive father. It's a power
and
move.
The father, you know.
And the old father, sure, yeah, throw him in there. Get busy, Freya.
Well, I think that's a wonderful end for this episode.
Well, our ratings. We have not shared our ratings yet.
Ooh, our ratings. So I'm gonna rip out the Band-Aid. In my head, I gave it like a 3 out of 5. Listen, I enjoyed myself. I felt constantly entertained, and this is in consideration of what other ratings I gave to books, and I still had a good time. It's more like a 3-, you know, more like a veering towards 2. It's not a 2 for me because I had other 2s that were not like this. Because it did get a laugh out of me. So I'm gonna give it a tentative 3. Yeah. Now you can kill me. I know.
I'm giving it a 1, but I will say, I think on a writing level, this was better than Bridge Kingdom. So I hope that
it was.
All the people who are excited to read more of Danielle mayhaps have a future in front of them where one day she'll write a competent book, but at least it's getting slightly better with each bad book so far. So
yeah,
there is hope.
I would also say
she's neither doing an S.J. Maas nor an Alex Astor. She is slowly improving it. I wouldn't call any of it good, but there is a positive trajectory I can spy there, and though I don't want to read another of her books, don't buy another one and make me read it. Even though I don't want to read another one, I'm happier if I can imagine there are less horrible books and more just kind of books out there. Because I do like when books are good.
I'm thinking this was not self-published, right? This was immediately trad published, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that's a difference you can notice in terms of editing and everything. Yeah. So yeah, she's on her way up. Let's hope
for her.
That keeps on going.
I hope it keeps getting better because people deserve better, frankly.
There was some fun stuff in there. There were moments that genuinely made me laugh, like not in a haha way, but in a haha, you know. So I'm thumbs up from me, and with a big if. But we covered that in the first 2 minutes of this podcast. So yes. I would say that's all right. All right. Oh my God, 4 hours. Okay. Thank you so much for listening to this episode. We hope to hear your many thoughts on this book, whether you've read it or not. And maybe also your thoughts on how you think one should handle if you take mythology into a story. And base it on that, how you think it should be handled by authors. So, that being said, thank you so much, and see you in the next one, I guess. Bye!
Bye!